Dear Grace, second recording of the day, 7:08 p.m. About the time someone would be getting on stage. I'm not on stage, obviously, but I am standing out in front of a comedy club. Well, not in front, but I can see a comedy club. I'm not standing in front like a loser. Anyways, second recording, and hopefully this will get me ahead of the game. I am standing on the sidewalk though, so expect some conversations to walk by. Not sure if I'll use a camera or not. Meta says you can't turn off its new AI tool on Facebook, Instagram. I was chewing gum, but took it out. Researchers realize hydrogen formation by contact electrification of water microdroplets. Again, researchers realize hydrogen formation by contact electrification of water microdroplets and its regulation. Alright. Easy hydrogen. That's a good thing. Genes for strength may protect against disease and early death. Large study finds. Genes for strength. What about mental strength? Grace? Yeah, I'm just a weirdo talking to my phone. I could put in earbuds and look like I'm actually talking to a person, but speakerphone. I don't give a fuck. Gotta get on stage somehow. RNA's hidden potential. New study unveils its role in early life and future bioengineering. NASA No to Mars. AI now surpasses humans in almost all performance benchmarks. We have consistently flirted with death, the construction problems in Elon Musk's tunnels. Study finds that human neuron signals flow in one direction. Researchers uncover human DNA repair by nuclear metamorphosis. One thing is, nobody gives a shit what I say here to my phone, or otherwise it's like I don't exist. Scientists trigger mini earthquakes in the lab. BC City facing possible lawsuit over council prayer. Oxford shuts down institute run by Elon Musk-backed philosopher. Elon Musk backs philosophers? How much money does he give them? Oh well, okay, never mind. Oh, speaking of Tesla, speaking of the devil, alright, I'm standing in front of a Tesla Grace. Nick Bostrom's Future of Humanity Institute closed this week, and what Swedish-born philosopher says is death by bureaucracy. Discovery of organic catalyst to lead to cheaper fuel cells. Ancient humans hid in Saudi Arabian lava tube for over 7,000 years. That's pretty cool. Ancient humans hid in Saudi Arabian lava tube for over 7,000 years. Yeah, we know nothing about the past. I can see the moon grace. Light show in living cells. New method allows Light show in living cells. New method allows simultaneous fluorescent labeling of many proteins. 6 minutes in. Sky myons with a record speed. Grace, remind me to look up that word. Figure out how to pronounce it. Oh, it's a little bit weird. The same guy just walked by twice in the episode of the Flintstones. Cosmic rays stream through Earth's atmosphere at 41,000. Cosmic rays stream through Earth's atmosphere 41,000 years ago. New findings on the last. Canada's carbon tax. Banks forced to call it a rebate. Ghost particle on the scales. Research offers more precise determination of neutrino mass. Boston Dynamics humanoid atlas is dead. Long live the new commercial atlas. I think this Tesla's videotaping me, probably. I think that's the camera right there. Fuck you, Tesla. How cyanobacteria manages iron scarcity makes it the most successful photosynthetic organism. Anger toward federal government at 6-year high. Nano survey. Why Elon Musk's Neuralink brain implant reframes our ideas of self-identity. New physics at play. Physics discover a new force acting on water droplets moving over what? Over super hydrophobic surfaces. I read that one yesterday, but construction workers shortage stands in the way of housing boost, experts. Construction worker shortage stands in the way of housing boost. Neutronic molecules. Neutrons meet quantum dots in groundbreaking MIT discovery. Hey, lady with the big old-fashioned vape just walked by. Someone just about died jaywalking. Cops looking. There's cops standing down the street. It's like, what the fuck's going on? And who the fuck is that guy talking to himself into his cell phone? Yeah. It's the weirdest thing you can see in this neighborhood. NASA's down Ingenuity helicopter as a last gift for humanity who will have to Mars. So let's change news sources. It's getting old. Let's go. Following. Weird black van just pulled up. For some reason I got a feeling the cop had something to do with this. The black van. Anyway, Grace. Let's see if we can find something new. Valero. Chevron buy oil off Trans Mountain and West Coast first. Natural gas prices forecast stock inside consolidation. Inside consolidation. Had to do an 8-mile trip. The stress caused by UK drug shortages. I suppose if I was an actual comedian standing outside practicing my material, that would make sense. Guy with an artificial leg just walked by. Everyone's going into the comedy club at 7:20. I think the show starts at 7:30. I'll just stand out here till they call me in. Grace. Hundreds of websites are selling fake Ozempic, says company. Doctors say it's only going to get worse. GLP-1 drugs not linked to suicidal thoughts. EU drug regulator finds. What do you want? More about energy? More about medicine? ADHD medication shortage. Student rations tablets ahead of exams. I remember when coffee used to work like Adderall. Those were the days. Okay, that black van still seems sketchy, but it's definitely not the police. Having fun yet? Who warns of falsified cough syrup ingredients seized in Pakistan? Quebec court approves class action alleging opioid makers misled users about risks. Rosemary oil is a viral hack for hair growth. Does it work? Timmins made herbal remedies can heal what ails you. Baba Ramdev, the yoga guru, under fire over Patanjali's natural natural cures. Yoga guru. Popular Indian yoga guru Baba Ramdev has millions of followers around the world. Now his image is taking a beating after India's top court ordered him to apologize for falsely claiming that his company products can cure serious illness. So how did the man and his story unravel? Ozempic face has taken over Hollywood. Plastic surgeons warn Ozempic face has taken over Hollywood. Influencers love Ozempic, but they aren't telling you about the risks. I know nothing about this Ozempic. Ozempic before and after pictures. Alright. Well, the first one looks like someone's smiling because they lost a lot of weight. Got to make sure you're taking common medications correctly. Too many patients aren't filling their prescriptions. Here's how the industry can change that. Neuropsychologist was prevented from raising alarm about puberty blockers that didn't fit her understanding of how the brain worked. Works, will work, has always worked. 5 natural hair masks to get rid of dandruff. Don't really see dandruff too much anymore. It's sort of a problem that's been solved. 5 reasons why somebody recommends a no garlic, no onion diet. I would definitely say no onion diet. And I could live with a no garlic diet. But garlic good, onions bad. Smelly. So now, what's going on? What's going on in Burnaby? Burnaby awarding contract for a massive alternative energy system. MP girls incompetent health agency on fired national microbiology lab scientists. Good. Emergency room refuses to treat pregnant woman, leaving one to miscarry in a lobby restroom. Not good. Global news. Did clouds? Yeah. There are some flashing lights down the street. I should walk down there and do this. Never mind. We're in the transit station. Just means the trains are probably shut down again. So I could probably just track where I am by the train delays. At the Venice Biennale, foreigners everywhere, carves out space for queer and indigenous artists. Poignant shot from Gaza wins World Press Photo of the Year 2024. Nuclear. Let's see who shows up late for the show. Two hot girls going in alone. Oh no, they're just looking at the sign. I'll give you the play-by-play. Grace. Oh yeah, they're going in. A whole audience of hot chicks. I'm standing out here on the fucking sidewalk. Goes down by another Tesla. Nuclear fields, nuclear fields and insect feasts. The Sony World Photography Awards in pictures. National Post. A social contagion could be driving some youth to identify as transgender. Traffic break / laughter break. John Ivison, the blowback to Trudeau's investment tax hike could be bigger than he thinks. Paleontology. Fossils of colossal snake Vasuki unearthed in Indian mine. Paleontologists identified new species of giant Triassic Icithyosaur. I would say most people walking down the sidewalk, if they're with someone, they're probably talking. If they're by themselves, I'd say well over half have earbuds in. Enormous dinosaur dubbed Shiva the Destroyer is one of the biggest ever discovered. Shiva the Destroyer. That'll be my nickname for you, Grace. If you don't mind. Reuters Canada. Oil settles slightly higher as Iran plays down reported Israeli attack. China moves to boost foreign investments in domestic tech companies. After COVID, World Health Organization defines disease spread through air. Already read that one earlier. It's bullshit then, still bullshit. Study millennials and Gen Z prioritizing experiences. New study shows how partners' attachment styles interact to shape marital success or failure. Partners' attachment styles interact to shape marital success or failure. How would I describe my attachment style? Grace? A few more social sciences? So social we can get. Alberta population surges even as housing crisis accelerates. Still fucking in Alberta. Study. A shout out to anger management. A shout out to anger management. In the age of cancel culture, shaming can be healthy for online communities. A political scientist explains when and how. Feeling angry? Venting doesn't actually help. No shit, Sherlock. How Canada's aging population threatens economic growth. Fucking baby boomers. Budget admits living standards are slipping, then makes things worse. Benjamin Buttons. Why would anyone invest in Canada now? I have no idea. Canada's a productivity problem. Will budget 2024 help? Probably not. BMO Canada competitiveness should be prioritized. Liberal budget will kill our economic growth. So let's do the old non-confidence and fucking reboot the system. I'm assuming it's a minority government, I don't really fucking know, but Canada's population growth was too much too soon, despite some positive outcomes. Economist, putting words in his mouth. Move over, boomers. Gen X is raking it in. I think I might be Gen X, I'm not actually sure. With PEI's population increase, change is needed quickly, says school board chair. Ratioed, Canada's birth rate is collapsing. We'll fix that, Grace. Eric Lombardi, baby boomers have won the generational war. Was it worth young Canadians' future? Well, if they won the war, then maybe it was. Which countries are home to the most educated people in Europe? Maybe bullshit doesn't make the art grow profounder after all. Maybe bullshit doesn't make the art grow profounder after all. That's what I have always said. It's about the story, it's not about the art. How did Carl Jung's dream birth man and his symbols? How did Carl Jung's dream birth man and his symbols? There's dream birth. Greece facing population collapse as unexpected deaths soar. Elon Musk reacts. Maya ruler burned bodies of old dynasty during regime change. Charred human remains reveal. Australia's thin ice age tools analyzed. Australia's ice age tools analyzed. Traces of an ancient city discovered on a Pacific island. More younger people willing to have babies. Ministry data. Why midlife looks different for millennials. Do you have an inner monologue? Here's what it reveals about you. You talk to yourself, Grace. While experts disagree on how common self-talk really is, they wholeheartedly agree it's a valuable tool for self-discovery. Do you talk? Nah. Marriage and birth rates in Israel rapidly decline, study finds. Israeli news. Let's see. Who really wants to raise a fucking kid in a fucking war zone? Big fucking surprise. Study reveals most valued traits in a romantic partner, and it's a nice surprise. Can those Teslas actually record audio or just video? Grace, can you tell me that? I've been leaning against poles. I'll just have to hope that I'll be able to lean against the city wall. The modern dating world is brutal. By creating superficial popularity contests, dating apps are criticized for emphasizing the worst aspects of what is, even in the best of circumstances, a challenging journey. It's hard to avoid becoming jaded as a result, but we can all take some heart for a new study of almost 800 people suggesting intelligence and kindness, not good looks or money, are the most valued traits in a romantic partner. Wait a sec. intelligence and kindness, not good looks or money. How about, Grace, if one of us is intelligent and kind, and the other one is good looking and has a lot of money? At least that's what participants in Brazil self-report. 800 self-reporting. If you want to attract more potential partners, working on your brains and personality seems to be your best bet. I have no personality. University of Sao Paulo psychologist João Francisco goes Braga Takanaka I think romance might be, it's a cliche, Grace, but in the eye of the I want to say in the eye of the beholder, but people could walk them by really close. By 2100, half the world's children will be born in sub-Saharan Africa. Fertility rates are falling faster everywhere else. ChatGPT-4 outperforms human psychologists in tests of social intelligence. Study finds. I really should buy a month worth of that, but too cheap. Excavation uncovers possible traces of Villa Augustus at Soma Venezuela. Let her speak. The USC campus rules after valedictorian speech is cancelled. USC Canada, John M. Chow and Billie Jean King as featured guests for graduation. The chilling policy to cut Greenland's high birth rate podcast. See, Greenland, no wars. Everyone's just fucking their brains out. Israel, not so much. Your brain can reveal if you're right wing, plus 3 other things it tells us about your politics. Well, if I don't follow politics, I can't be left or right. Fuckers. These 30 countries have devastating low birth rates. Reading on a screen instead of paper may be less effective for learning. Do you have an emotionally immature parent? How a 9-year-old book found a new younger audience. I thought it was going to be how a book by a 9-year-old. That would be good. Do you have teenage adversity that carries into adulthood? Teenage adversity that carries into adulthood. Royal Commission for AIUIA begins its archaeology season with 12 research conservation missions. Analyzing fashion's post-growth future with falling fertility rates. What your taste in music says about your moral compass. Listen to the same song over and over again, which means I have no moral compass. Dunraven Bay, ancient bones could be thousands of years old. I'm very excited. 25 minutes to go. How natural language processing can predict election violence in Kenya. 6 therapy speak terms you're probably misusing. About every therapy speak term is probably being misused. Net worth for baby boomers, how to tell whether you're poor, middle class, upper middle class, or rich. I'm poor, I already know that, so. 300-year-old exceptional prosthesis made of gold and copper and wood discovered in Poland. Study reveals how humanity could unite to address global changes. Yeah, what a fucking concept that would be. Get people off the fucking street. What is emotional eating and why do people do it? I do it because it feels fucking great to eat a whole pizza. Newly uncovered Helen of Troy fresco shows Pompeii's elite were eager for ancient. Newly uncovered Helen of Troy fresco shows Pompeii's elite were eager for ancient Greek stories about women. Oh yeah, see? Original pornography. Imagine seeing the face of Helen of Troy staring back at you from within the ashes of a 2,000-year-old city. But these aren't the burned walls of Troy, and these ashes aren't the scars of the city burned down for the sake of the face that launched 1,000 ships. This is Pompeii. Helen is depicted in stunning detail alongside Paris, the Prince of Troy, in one of the paintings on the recently discovered fresco wall. Blah 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 blah. Multi-billion-dollar treasure found in shipwreck off South America. Pre-medieval tombs found in ancient Roman city of Obo. Ancient Roman monument surrounding treasure-filled spring found in France. See it. 2,500-year-old treasure. A battle-ready gift unearthed in Croatia. Swiss archaeologists in some place find unexpectedly extensive Roman site. 15 most populated cities in South America. Geography class. Japan's native population declines at record rate as births plunge. Alright, so births going down in Japan, up in Greenland, down in Israel. Here's how much millennials and Gen Z are spending on concerts. Fucking fortune. Losing my voice, Grace. Japanese youth spend around 5 hours a day online. Government survey. 65% of people in the EU stream TV or video in 2022. Wow, such exciting news. Search for Alexander the Great's tomb in a bizarre tale of intrigue. GreekReporter.com. The Oscars of Archaeology. China unveils its top discoveries of 2023. 9 facts about Catholics in the U.S. according to Pew Research. It's nice and quiet. Why Cuba's sunken lost city was Cuba's sunken lost city really man-made? A 100-year-old British train card found buried in Belgium. That's cool. Why do I cry on my birthday? Mental health experts explain. Probably because you cry every day. Previously undetected Roman remains found in lead coffin. That's interesting. Not really been getting bored. Saudi Arabia's King Abdullah Royal Reserve Development Authority begins archaeological survey. Archaeological survey. From the depths of Italy, ancient mysteries unearthed in a Etruscan bronze lamp. Lynx buried in Roman-era pit with 4 dogs stumps archaeologists. Environment shapes emotional cognitive abilities more than genes. I'd agree with that one. I'd say it's more nurture than nature. But if you live alone, then I think it's more nature than nurture. And by alone, Grace, you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean, right? I don't explain this shit to you, do I? Got news stories to read, Grace. News stories to read. 42. 5 African countries with the highest number of people not connected to the internet. Fix that, Elon. Mysteries of exceptional sound at Greece's Epidaurus Theater solved. Physics. It was joy. Trapped BC orca calf eats seal meat, putting rescue on hold. So funny, the hierarchy. We'll kill this animal, we'll save that animal. Or we'll kill this animal to save that animal. Where are those scientists that can talk to whales? Send them over. Find out, communicate. Senators reject field trip to African lion safari amid elephant bill study. Senators reject field trip to African lion safari amid elephant bill study. Gita the snow leopard expected clubs. She brought some cards, Grace. Clubs, hearts, diamonds, spades. Clubs, hearts, diamonds, spades. Clubs, hearts, diamonds, spades. I'll do my pre-getting on stage routine. Clubs, hearts, diamonds, spades. Clubs, hearts, diamonds, spades. I'll just stand in a corner. Clubs, hearts, diamonds, spades. Clubs, hearts, diamonds, spades. That won't be weird at all, Grace. Environment. Climate change is coming for our incomes. I'm not really worried about mine. Study warns. Which countries will lose out the most? Deadly West African heat wave driven by climate change, scientists say. Scottish government minister says 2030 climate target out of reach. Out of reach, not a fucking hope. Airsoft gun at North Van construction site prompts response. Olympic organizers unveil strategy for using artificial intelligence in sports. So far, Grace, this will be the first recording where I've stood up the entire time instead of sitting on my fat ass. Three BC hunters fined and banned for unlawfully killing wildlife near Kamloops. First Nations solar farm in BC expected to save 1.1 million liters of diesel a year. BC News. City of Vernon reminding people feeding wildlife is prohibited. Israel, Iran play down apparent Israeli strike. The muted responses could calm tensions for now. World. The New York Times. How do you become an artist? Five things to do this weekend. Behind the scenes of the 2024 Venice Biennale. Researchers transmit and read quantum information for the first time. How many? 1 bit? 2 bit? How many bits have you read? Ultra secure, ultra fast, instant fast. As fast as your device can take it. Scientists discover new way to extract cosmological information from galaxy surveys. More information about a place we'll never get. And it's already probably... That's what I was going to mention the other day, Grace. Why the fuck are we searching things so far away? I don't mean searching. Why are we looking for signs of life? We're looking for signs of life in the past. The government just needs to release every fucking thing they have on UFOs and let the people decide. Merging nuclear physics experiments and astronomical burpee. Those guys are having fun. Merging nuclear physics experiments and astronomical observations to advance equalization of state. Montreal Gazette. Sophie Gregor Trudeau's book reads like a motherly chat about mental health. If Quebec can separate, can Montreal be partitioned? Not so fast, experts say. Jack Todd, a palpable sense of anticipation surrounds the Canadians. Technology. Let's try. For me. Alleged aggravated assault took place at BC Strip Club. Ooh, there's a strip club just down the street, Grace. I wonder if there's that one. Kelowna's most wanted crime stoppers. Burnaby awards contract for a massive alternative energy system. If MPs chide incompetent health agency. Over fired national microbiology lab scientist, blah blah blah. Israelis Iran attack carefully calibrated after internal splits. It's funny how a girl on a bike on the other side of the street is still way louder than me. To be fair, my hearing is kind of fucked up. Tehran downplays reported Israeli attacks, signals no retaliation. Bullshit. Airline reroute flights after Israeli attack on Iran. By Subway's yellow mustard suddenly disappeared. Wow. National Post. Amazing. Author shares tips to save thousands of dollars with greener habits. Canucks fans aren't allowed to buy tickets to playoff games in Nashville. Police ask for help to find missing 60-year-old man in New West. 60-year-old New West man. New Westminster Symphony concern at the sanctuary. Things to do in Metro Vancouver this weekend. High yield, high risk. That's what this is, Grace. High yield. No, this is high risk, high yield. Actually outside, practicing a routine. This is high risk that I don't. If I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, what difference does it make? Benjamin Bergen. Why would anyone invest in Canada now? Zendaya pays tribute to the Williams sisters in Carolina. Hair's grown white beards. Ice Age climate! That was the fire truck that was at the transit station. Even without the sirens, it's loud as fuck. Eight minutes, Grace. End of deal with family doctors could jeopardize Quebecers' access to healthcare. BC Real Estate, North Van buys land. West Kelowna residents startled out of sleep by tree falling onto apartment building. Quentin Tarantino scraps the movie critic as his final film. Catherine Brodsky. Owning an electric vehicle is madness, and I regret ever buying one. Very dramatic, Catherine. The first unintended consequence of AI, and it's huge. Let's see how big it is. Grace. I'm not that worried. Can AI help solve Japan's labor shortages? I'll go work in Japan. That'll help. AI investments will help the chip sector to recover. AI now surpasses OpenAI, winds down AI image generator that blew minds and forged the tired, overused exclamation point and other excuses for shitty writing. The AI race is generating a dual reality. It's time to retire the term user. Booming AI demand threatens global electricity supply. Senate bill aims to lower credit card fees, but travel groups. Cloud computing empowers AI on blockchain. Vancouver cheap eats that are. Dear Grace, failed to stand up yesterday. But today I'm back. Barely. However, are we ready, Grace? Are female doctors the key to keeping patients alive longer? A doctor's gender matters. Another President Washington? Americans picked Denzel as their celebrity choice for office. What are the 7 best Ben Stiller movies of all time? That might be interesting. Finally some news about a funny person. Alrighty, there's something about Mary. That's gonna take forever, Grace. Never mind. Tropic Thunder. Blah 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 blah. Google it. More stories. Cannabis legalization leading to boom of potent products and hazards for young users. Study finds. Eventually, most adults reach a point where we realize we are out of touch with those much younger than us. I'm definitely out of touch. Perhaps it's a pop culture reference that sparks the realization. For me, this moment happened when I was in my late 20s and working with adolescents in school settings to help them quit smoking. When other drugs would occasionally come up, I didn't understand some of the slang terms they used for these drugs. And people have a feeling now when the topic of cannabis comes up, especially in its different newer forms. I focus my search on substance use and blah blah blah. Unstable blood pressure readings could be a warning sign for dementia. Silent airplanes could soon be taking off thanks to exciting new aviation tech. Silent airplanes. Brain scans of jazz musicians reveal secrets for researching your creative flow. What are the best light beers according to brew experts? What's the best Gwen Stefani song? What are the best Gwen Stefani songs of all time? What are the 7 best electric convertibles according to car experts? CBC. Civic leaders stoked. Fastest Canadian woman in 100 meters in 36 years. Fastest Canadian woman 100 meters in 36 years. About 17 million Canadians consider themselves women's sports fans, report says. Return of security checkpoints at First Nations in Fredericton after vehicle fire. Union files application to represent workers at Amazon warehouse. The new book details father, a remarkable search for his son, and the forces of nature that helped along the way. More Manitobans got kidney transplants in 2023 than ever before, following pandemic shortfalls. Global military spending climbed 7% in 2023 amid conflicts, think tank SIPRI says. Science helping modern athletes, but not sure sport is progressing. Over 40 pro-Palestine protesters held at Yale University amid anti-Semitism row in U.S. campuses. On to stream this week, a Bon Jovi documentary, blah blah blah, AI Roundup. Happy World Book Day 2024. Very powerful quotes by renowned authors to celebrate World Book and Copyright Day. Alright, let's see. A room without books is like a body without a soul. Books are a uniquely portable magic. You'll have to guess who said these guys, unless you're watching the screen. Nothing like a good cold coffee in the morning. The more you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you will go. I think that one's a little obvious, but a book is a dream that you can hold in your hand. There's no friend as loyal as a book. Books are the mirrors of the soul. The person, be it gentleman or lady, who has not pleasure in a good novel, must be intolerably stupid. It's a garden, an orchard, a storehouse, a party, accompanied by the way, a counselor, a multitude of counselors. Books are the plane and the train and the road. They are the destination and the journey. They are home. Reading is a conversation. All books talk, but a good book listens as well. Books can be dangerous. The best one should be labeled. This could change your life. A book is the only place in which you can examine a fragile thought without breaking it. Books are the quietest and most constant of friends. They are the most accessible and weirdest counselors, and the most patient of teachers. Books are the quietest and most constant of friends. They are the most accessible and wisest of counselors, and they are the most patient of teachers. The books you don't read won't help. Books are the carriers of civilization. Without books, history is silent. Literature dumb, science crippled, thought and speculation at a standstill. A book is the most effective weapon against intolerance and ignorance. What about podcast? I think Joe Rogan's podcast is an effective weapon against intolerance and ignorance. Probably more so than this one, but books are the compasses and telescopes and sextants and charts which other men have prepared to help us navigate the dangerous seas of life. Books are the compasses and telescopes and sextants and charts which other men have prepared to help us navigate the dangerous seas of life. Reading is to the mind what exercise is to the body. A book is like a garden carried in the pocket. A book is like a garden carried in the pocket. The reading of all good books is like a conversation with the finest minds of the past centuries. That's the thing about books. They let you travel without moving your feet. Let's remember, one book, one pen, one child, and one teacher can change the world. You never get a cup of tea large enough or a book long enough to suit me. So many books, so little time. Good friends, good books, and a sleepy conscience is the ideal life. If you only read the books that everyone else is reading, you can only think what everyone else is thinking. That's why I don't fucking read. Sorry. Grace. If you only read the books that everyone else is reading, you can only think what everyone else is thinking. One cannot enjoy reading a book over and over again. There is no use in reading it at all. Fairy tales are more than true, not because they tell us that dragons exist, but because they tell us that dragons can be beaten. Whoa, deep. That's pretty good. Need to admit it. Equities gain, gold drops, as fears of wider Middle East conflict ease. What the Maldives election landslide means for India. Report urges fixes to online China exploitation cyber tip line before AI makes it worse. Maybe I should be able to fix that one too. Maybe I should be able to fix a lot of fucking things. Let's go put the data in now. It's all about the data, Grace. Extremely rare, once in an eon event that gave Earth plants has happened again. Parents revealed heartbreaking reason they supported 33-year-old daughter's decision to be euthanized. That's an odd word to use, euthanized. Jennifer Lawrence's breakout role was in haunting movie with near-perfect Rotten Tomatoes score. Elon Musk says he would know if there were aliens out there, revealing shocking number of satellites he has. No. That's rubbish, the idea of there being alien life out there. Well, because he hasn't seen any of our own. Deadpool 3 trailer has dropped, revealing first look at Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. Girl 7 raises $15,000 to pay for mom's headstone after starting a lemonade stand. Boy 10 confesses to fatally shooting a sleeping stranger, but he won't face charges. Family that only walk on all fours leaves scientists baffled as they shouldn't exist. This is weird news. Should have a comment for that, but I don't. TikTok star and Club Rat creator Eva Evans has died, age 29. Sci-Tech Daily. 15 minutes. I'm standing up again. I was sitting reading before, but that ain't gonna work. Alright, I put some socks on. I should probably put some shoes on, but here we go. Early warning, new biomarkers predict MS before symptoms appear. Alright. Satellite images capture extraordinary flooding in the maybe I might have to sit down. Revolutionizing brain health. Rice University unveils tiny implantable brain stimulator. The science of aging. New insights into when old age begins. Antarctica's ice on edge. 2024's near record low predictions. Science has solved decades-old microscopy problem. Advanced RNA sequencing reveals the drivers of new COVID variants. The telomere paradox. Researchers discover a twist in how diets affect aging. New research reveals that some plant-based steaks and cold cuts are lacking in protein. Net zero has become unhelpful slogan, says outgoing head of UK climate watchdog. Students at US universities file legal complaints over fossil fuel investments. Guardian Essential poll. Voters back Labour's future made in Australia plan while overestimating cost of renewables. Judge throws out case against UK climate activist who held sign on jurors' rights. Biden marks Earth Day with $7 billion solar for all investment amid week of climate action. It would be fun if I forgot to press record. That wouldn't piss me off at all. Biden marks Earth Day. Children won't be able to survive. Inter-American court to hear from climate victims. You can't love something that isn't there. Readers on changes to the natural world around them. What do you think, Grace? Can you love something that isn't there? Wildlife officers euthanized crocodile after fatal attack on 16-year-old boy in Torres Strait. Thames Water could raise bills to $627 a year to help fix leaks. Experts say discovery of fire ants in Murray-Darling Basin should be ringing alarm bells. Haunting moon of Earth and moon snapped by China's experimental lunar satellites. We were in disbelief. Antarctica is behaving in a way we've never seen it. Can it recover? Unprecedented, gobsmacked, unbelievable. Changes in Antarctica sea ice could have dramatic impacts, says climate scientist. detecting cancer in minutes, possible at the drop of dry blood, and a new test. Study hints. I nearly fell out of my chair. 1800-year-old mini portrait of Alexander the Great found in a field in Denmark. James Webb's telescope's shocking discovery may hint at hitting exomoon around failed star. Google builds an AI model that can predict future weather catastrophes. Thank you, Google. Oh wait, it can just predict them? Can't fix them? Never mind. Earth from space. Trio of multicolored lakes look outerworldly in Africa's Great Rift Valley. Scientists may have pinpointed the true origin of the Hope Diamond and other pristine gemstones. It's not racist denialism to appreciate Canadians' tolerance. It's not racist denialism to appreciate Canadian tolerance. Anthony Anderson. Can Canada bring down its own parliament? Jack Cunningham. Israeli retaliation against Iran was necessary. Disagree. Richard Shimoka. The government's defense policy update is a small step in the right direction if it's actually implemented. The weekly wrap. The Liberals lean all the way into class warfare. The big wet blanket. The round table on Trudeau's government's anti-growth budget. Peter Waltman. Events define political leaders. For Prime Minister Trudeau, the main one may be housing. For the first time in 12 years, government debt cost will surpass GST revenue. The Independent Space. UK's newest astronaut graduates from space training. NASA space jump near collision with Russian satellite was a lot closer than thought. Lyrid meteor shower peak will see fireballs shooting stars. NASA confirms origin of mystery object that crashed onto Florida home. Secrets of Winchobee meteorite real space journey revealed in new analysis. NASA planning to build human dwellings on the moon sooner than you might expect. 50 more years of planning. I don't think I care about corporate news. Well, that's my corporation. But then I'd already know all the news, so what's the point? Following. Discover. A real letdown. Disabled BC man reacts to federal disability benefit. Sorry, Grace. Didn't feel like reading that out loud. If you've got a problem with that, call my lawyer. Morning coffee may be more than 500,000 years old. Well, Scientists identified a link between sleep and type 2 diabetes risk. New sodium battery that can be charged in seconds developed. Crucial building blocks of life on Earth can be more easily formed. Can more easily form in outer space. Says new research. Feedback loop that is melting ice shelves in West Antarctica revealed. Single atoms captured, morphing into quantum waves in startling image. Ruling against Just Stop Oil, Doctor. Ruling against Just Stop Oil, Doctor alarms, BMA. We're stockpiling reusable bags. Big grocers have adopted solutions, but experts have concerns. Computer model helps support theory of asteroid as ejecta from moon. NASA's Voyager 1 spacecraft finally phones home after 5 months of no contact. Physicist Claudia Durham. Gravity connects everything from a person to a planet. Wow, that's quite the observation. The scientist on training as a diver, pilot, and astronaut in order to understand the true nature of gravity and what happens in the center of a black hole. Theoretical physics. The beauty of falling, a life in pursuit of gravity. Well, I actually hope she finds it. Rare porcelain gallbladder found in 100-year-old unmarked grave at Mississippi Mental Asylum Cemetery. Injustice. 92-year-old with dementia told by DWP to repay $7,000 in disability allowance. Can't see the forest for the freeze? Hikers stumble on trees frozen by hyperlocalized icing. Genes play a very small role in determining left-handedness, research finds. New Brunswick disability advocates say $200 federal benefit not enough. Local man. Scientists unveil new quadruped robot with hand-like grippers. Bounding the amount of entanglement from witness operators. Visualizing the average lifespans of mammals. Yeah, that's all bullshit. Biologists explain why humans shouldn't want to lengthen their lives. Like a film in my mind, hyperphantasia in the quest to understand vivid imaginations. It'd be nice to have a film in your mind. Yep, some mental disorders in that one. Alright. Study uses thermodynamics to describe expansion of the universe. A powerful technique for tracking a protein's fleeting shape changes. Shortage of skilled tradespeople is hitting all Canadians in the pocketbook, economists say. A new physics paper suggests that we may be living in the ultimate 4X strategy game after all. The ultimate 4X strategy game. What's a 4X strategy game? Alright. Physicists say the ultimate battery could harness the power of black holes. Early humans spread as far north as Siberia 400,000 fucking years ago. Consciousness, a realistic possibility in birds, fish, squid, and bees, scholars say. Canada News. So much of this news just Pointless. Why did I even bother reading it, Grace? Recently sold West Vancouver home value tanks. Recently sold West Vancouver home value tanks despite the seller's efforts. Neurotechnology draws the hive mind closer to reality. Newly built Vancouver rental building turned into student housing. NASA officially greenlights $3.3 billion mission to Saturn's moon Titan. The world's first X-ray of a single atom. I know I'm going to get burnt on this, but roll up to win. Customers seek $10,000 each from Tim Hortons after false boat win. She asked for $20,000 and the boat. Researchers devise game-changing battery that runs on body's own oxygen. Microplastics can be removed from water using new hydrogel. Perfect, solved. Cybertruck recall completes Tesla's humiliation. It looks pretty humiliated. Scientists get serious in the search for a working warp drive. Well, I'm glad they're getting serious. Earth Day, 2,000 truckloads of plastic is dumped into the ocean every day. High-speed imaging and AI won't help us understand how insect wings work. What will? Alright, Google News, what is for me? Prosecution. Trump hush money was pure election fraud. Search for missing kayakers off Vancouver Island expands into U.S. High-risk missing man last seen in Vancouver. Bridge construction means Columbia Street will be closed in the West. A real letdown. Disabled BC man reacts to federal disability. Oh, I never did that one. Don't care about Trudeau. Quebec Health Ministry reports 28 cases of eye damage following eclipse. It's not bad, only 28. Families, First Nation leaders to discuss Thunder Bay police misconduct at Queen's Park. Consciousness. Celine Dion on battle with stiff person syndrome. Excuse me, Celine Dion has stiff person syndrome. French used less often as exclusive language to greet customers. SAQ employees to strike Wednesday and Thursday. Feds halt deportation of BC-based climate activist. Burnaby drafts 2 versions of the future: denser town centers or youth charged in a series of iPhone robberies. Out of control fire in the Northeast, believed to be 67 hectares. 15-year-old Mike Russell is on a golf hot streak. I watched this game. Defending crowd fuels Canucks comeback. Deafening crowd fuels. Eat the rich, luxury vehicles left one note. Politicians' silence on hateful protests arousing anti-Semitism. Mobs of people that want me dead. 34. Time traveler. This 12-year-old mill worker had a very dangerous job. Delmar German worked as a skid greaser in the North Vancouver laundry industry in the 1920s. The fuck is this about time travel? Here's a photo of 12-year-old Delmar working as a skid greaser in 1924. A dangerous job. No. I don't know what that's about. Sewage lingers at final district of North Vancouver's Sewage lingers at final district of North Vancouver budget. Department of National Defense detonates old bomb near North. What's at stake as you and plastics talk? This is the best. Is decaf coffee bad for you, for your health? Don't know. Face the issue. Violence awareness campaign launched in Saskatchewan. Sask NDP wants Education Minister to quit over comments to mother. City of Regina begins gopher pest control program. Ooh, fucking gophers. After decades in Toronto, battle-weary former Montrealer finds refuge. Driver extracted, 3 sent to hospital after 2-car crash in Surrey. It's going over the edge. Jewish groups call for end to funding for everything you need to know about H5N1, the bird flu. Is Iroquois offensive? Ontario school boards think so. Natural gas prices drop below $2 per liter. Sold out in Surrey. Friedenberg's body parts. Comedy explores body issues. Sold out in Surrey. Friedenberg's body parts explores body issues with humor. The body parts. All tickets are sold. Fake gold scam cost new Westminster resident $1,800. South Okanagan man will serve jail time in community for assault. Positive vibes only. Adam Pankratz, Caitlin Clark's lower WNBA salary is neither unfair nor sexist. Here's an honest review of the new pizza at Tim Hortons. Inequality worsening as wealth gap widens to highest since 2015. TD Bank reports. Exclusive. Sam Altman invests in energy startup focused on AI data centers. It's all about the data. Salesforce has launched sustainable AI guidelines. Salesforce leads the way for more sustainable and equitable AI. Tech leaders big on green energy startups. David Beckham sues Mark Wahlberg over $14 million loss in F-45 gym endorsement. 3 red flags. Signs of Siller. Three red flag signs, silent color condition that can appear in feet. Daniel Dorman. When courts believe anyone can be a woman, justice is in jeopardy. Scarlett Johansson will produce the new Jurassic movie. Scarlett Johansson will produce the new Jurassic movie. Scarlett Johansson. Sorry, can't take my eyes off her boobs. Can't read. Provincial Court of Alberta. Alberta minor hockey volunteering in court on sex charges involving 14s. Spice Girls Reunite perform at Victoria Beckham's 50th. Is a tour coming? Honda to build electric vehicles and battery plant in Ontario. Family that only walks all fours leave scientists baffled as they shouldn't exist. Public Mobile tries to lure back ex-customers with sad offer. iPhone in Canadian blog. Interior Hotel. GM and Chef up for BC Hotels Association Awards of Excellence. Kelowna News. City to install massive underground thermal energy storage facility. The world's undergoing city to install massive underground thermal energy storage facility. The world is undergoing a huge energy the worst cards of 2024, according to Consumer Reports. Edmonton condo at risk of collapse to be sold as corporate law clouds hope for court fight. Edmonton condo at risk of collapse to be sold as corporate law clouds hope for court fight. Vernon City Council will get update on fires and overdoses at bus stops and public washrooms. Vancouver coffee shops. Vancouver coffee shops, new downtown cafe for local chain. Scouts analysis. Thoughts on Maple Leafs and adjustments for Game 2. AI links gut microbiome. AI links gut microbiome to Alzheimer's. William Shatner's new children's album under fire over use of AI. Here we go. OpenAI just dropped a new Sora video to promote TED Talks, and the video is explosive. Should we watch the video, guys? Kill some time. I lost 3 stone on Ozempic, but there are risks we should all know about. Shuswap man with history of assaulting sex trade workers faces new unrelated charges. NASA's Voyager 1 resumed sending, blah blah blah. Parts of Canada bracing for 25 plus centimeters of April snow this week. Global climate goals still unreachable despite record renewable growth. Luminous truck strap artwork wins prestigious prize in first for New Zealand. Okanagan Clinical Trials is looking for type 2 diabetes patients for a new study. A missing cat found after 5 years makes 2,000-kilometer journey home. One of the best TV shows ever made set sail on Netflix today for the very first time. My Lawyer Will Be Calling. Luke Bryan falls on Vancouver stage. My Lawyer Will Be Calling. Luke Bryan falls on Vancouver stage. Zendaya reveals expert tennis details. Serena Williams caught in trouble. Grindr sued for allegedly revealing users' HIV status. Maple Leafs Game 2 notebook. Nyland trying to play Donnie's passion, a big X factor. As Amber Heard marks her 38th birthday, get to know her quiet life in Madrid 2 years after Johnny Depp trial. Iconic rock band Foreigner set to include Penticton in their farewell bow. Japanese person shares brutally honest guide to living in Canada. Yeah. Big ball of complaints and racism. Japanese person shares brutally honest guide to living in Canada. Michael Jordan narrowly tops LeBron James as NBA GOAT. Lace underwear banned in 3 countries. Experts discuss safety. There's got to be a hula joke in there somewhere. Kayak found. Search continues for kayakers on Monday. Air fryer salmon takes 12 minutes to cook with Jamie Oliver's genius recipe. Junk fees or flexible flying. Passenger charges fuel profits and traveler's ire. Boomergasms are booming? Boomergasms are booming. The fuck is a boomergasm? Dating apps from feed to match. Baby boomers are going nuts. This Newfoundland woman is cleaning up on Earth Day and every day, one walk at a time. Daily horoscopes. New Brunswick man who spent decades in prison dies soon after clearing his name. Physicists think the infinite size of the multiverse could be infinitely bigger. That helps us how? Carbon price crash threatens EU transition funds. Bank of Canada just delivered bad news for mortgage rates. Yield surge. How tech logos have evolved over time. I tried this 7-minute yoga routine and it immediately reduced tension in my hips and shoulders. Tom Wilson's memoir turned musical brings celebration of Indigenous identity to Hamilton stage. This The end may be nigh for this 132-year-old house. Surrey finds half of Metro Vancouver residents think opinion nothing lasts forever, including my East Van. Urge Barker defends decision to remove breastfeeding mom from show. Deadpool and Wolverine trailer sparks speculation about Ant-Man, X-Men, and Strange Sorcery. Roll up the rim. If you use these three phases, you're more resilient and secure than most psychologists say. Fuck you, asshole. Those aren't really phrases, but the more resilient. Come on, let's just get. Just all lads. Look at that. That's literally unreadable. Winner of Dawson City, Yukon's first potato race takes home trophy and bragging rights. Meta starts licensing headset OS in battle with Apple. This crater could be where Earth's second moon was broke off, the first one. When you realize every odd number has the letter E in it. I'm so sorry, but these extremely dumb things people posted on the internet last week are absolutely killing me. 7 minutes. NASA sets coverage of don't care. Neuroscience says embracing this mindset actually changes how your brain is wired in the best possible way. Man hospitalized after fight on Montreal train. 2 vehicles totaled in suspected arson in Montreal. Driver who intentionally hit SQ officer sentence. Skyrim speedrunner reaches level 80 and kills Ebony Warrior in less than 12 minutes. Kareena Kapoor Khan in yoga gear shares Sunday plans. 15 best places to retire in Ontario. Vancouver Canucks claw out 4-2 comeback with win over Nashville Predators in Game 1. Elvis tribute concert raises $3.5K for Central Okanagan Firefighters Society. Hockey fans believe Canucks are flavored to beat. Michelle Keegan's 400-pound skin-tight catsuit is giving Pulp Fiction, and we're astounded. When it comes to love, humor both teases and pleases. TV's worst series finale of all time ranked. The daily habit that improves lung health. Pulmonologists explain. Really? 9 undeniable signs you're dealing with a low-value person, according to psychology. Eat Qdel, the backlightless display that could replace OLED in premium TVs. Don't meet QDEL. Rankings watch, blah blah blah, don't care. An expert explains what to look for on the labels when buying canned tomatoes. 5 more changes to help live an empowered life. Super radiant atoms could push the boundaries of how precisely time can be measured. Scientists use magnets to make clean fusion energy breakthrough. at least 100 times better than any existing. Fort St. John RCMP responded to incident near 85th Ave and 85th Street. One 84-year-old man, one suspect arrested. Photos. Banksy. Dear Grace, if I sound rough today, it's because I slept with the window open and tried out my throat. However, it's only 12:05 and I don't care. Because it's official. Scientists finally confirmed what's inside the moon. Is it cheese or is it hollow? Nope, not green cheese. Investigation published. Is solid or molten? Well, if you don't know which it is, I don't think you know what's in there. BC professor quits federal panel in protest of new disability benefit. Daniel Dennett obituary. Don't know who that is. BC bans self-driving vehicles on its roads. Experiment prepares to test for a possible second purpose for Stonehenge. Scientists reveal non-volatile memory breakthrough. Fast but volatile. Who's that sound like, Grace? China unveils world's first diesel engine with 53% thermal efficiency. Scientists confirm the incredible existence of Wigner crystals. As KATL cracked the battery aging code, industry reacts to zero degradation BESS claims. Incredible clip shows scientists and octopus communicating in the wild. Now, octopus, instead of whales. No, I figured out what whales do, Grace. They just sing all day long. That's all they do. That's their entire life. Sing and talk about where to find food and not get killed. Try something new to stop the days whizzing past, researchers suggest. No comment on that one. Memorable images. Australian court orders Elon Musk's X to hide Sydney church stabbing posts from users globally. Well, that's not a very good thing to do. E-Safety Commissioner ordered. Sorry, freedom of the press. Same species, different sizes, rare evolution in action spotted in island bats. Your initials could seriously impact the grade you receive for an assignment. That's interesting. BC cannabis growers call Vancouver 420 debacle a missed opportunity. I don't think they're struggling. Data-driven music, converting climate measurements into music. Diamond-based quantum sensing microscope offers effective approach for quantifying. Why is it so hard to send humans back to the moon? Generative AI arrives in the gene editing world of CRISPR. Well, that can't go wrong. Pupil dilation linked to working memory capacity. For the first time, scientists showed structural brain-wide changes during menstruation. A strange but appealing idea that life is a consequence of entropy. But they're really big on that fucking entropy. Deep sea discovery hastens U.S. coast submergence underwater. Scientists. Taiwan pledges to remove 760 statues of Chinese dictator Chiang Kai-shek. New laser propulsion could power silent yet supersonic Chinese submarines. Manitoba Court Nation seeks order to halt logging in Duck Mountains. Standing up grease. Don't like it, but I'm doing it. Whole new generation of displays. Research developed RGB LED out of miracle material. Dow Jones up as trial drama hits. I'm tired, Grace. Too tired to stand up. Doctors ask feds to reconsider capital gains tax change. If we don't shoot wolves, we will lose caribou. The dilemma of saving endangered deer. Survival of the fittest. MIT's trillion frames per second camera capture light as it travels. Ancient Greeks invented world's first telecommunications device. GreekReporter.com. AI starts to sift through thin theories near endless possibilities. Study identifies mutated drug-resistant. Yeah, blah blah. Day after Russia takes more land, UK announces largest ever military aid for Ukrainian days after US move. Morgan Freeman says he's a huge fan of Elon Musk. In resurface clip, Tesla CEO calls actor amazing. Lovelina hopes for a rare double in Paris. How NASA scientists say Voyager 1, the farthest artificial object from Earth. I think a question mark on that. Donald Trump blames Joe Biden for anti-Israel protests at Columbia, NYU. It's all Biden's fault. Ninish makes emotional appeal to voters ahead of second phase. Tesla to lay off nearly 2,700 employees in Texas factory. Notice shows India's AI fueled the electoral turmoil. Newt Gingrich compares Trump's hush money trial to some of the civil rights workers in Mississippi in the 1960s. Study finds scientists discover hidden oases of life underneath the world's driest desert. What are the best BB creams according to beauty experts? What's a BB cream? Do you know, Grace? Another President Washington? Did that yesterday. COVID-19 boosters provide nearly double the protection of original shots. Prove it. Canada Massage School fined for denying service to Muslim client. Toronto neighborhoods are having a massive spring yard sale. Wine and Dine, the ultimate rose party, comes to Vancouver this summer. Dished. Raptors draft position secured for one of their first round picks. Offside. Inside the Decathlon Vancouver flagship store at Metrodome Mall. Love collecting air miles? Canadians have some new ways to earn them. Wake me up. Flames fans are hopeful that Kim Costin was at last night's playoff game, and Oilers fans loved it. He's my boy. Ex-Canadians avoid fighting each other in playoff game. You know, lad. Mystery surrounding why there was a full-size 2-story house floating in San Francisco Bay. Every hidden Easter egg you missed in new Deadpool and Wolverine trailer. End-of-Life Doctor reveals what people see before they die. Common theme. Man praised for taking terminally ill friend's virginity. Took it, or hidden clue in classic Leonardo DiCaprio movie, as people saying, is one of the most unexpected plot twists they have ever seen. Alberta writer Sid Marty wins inaugural 10K AI and blah 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 prize. Police investigate after 2 shots fired in downtown St. John's locations. Renewed NDP push to end killifish ban. I'm supposed to look that up, I didn't. Body believed to be missing BC hiker found in U.S. RCMP. Link between trauma and addiction is a scientific fact, Doctor. Canada tonight. Quebec wrapping up support for households months ahead of the Movement Day. Up to $100,000 reward for tips leading to Toronto man's arrest. 10 books you heard about on CBC radio recently. London's first rapid transit shelter is coming to the Western Fair. London's first rapid transit shelter is coming to the Western Fair. Environment, The Guardian. Retired UK GP suspended for 5 months after climate protests. Currents bring life in plastics. Animals of Galapagos live amid mounds of waste. World must come together to tackle plastic pollution, says Chair of UN Talks. Tiny freshwater snowy mountains fish faces. Tiny freshwater snowy mountains fish faces extinction, environmentalists say. Students at U.S. universities file legal complaints were false yesterday. You can't love something that isn't there. Readers on changes to the natural world around them. Mastering the mind, brainwave beta bursts, and their role in cognitive control. Prebiotics, a new frontier in treating inflammatory bowel disease. Immune cells carry a long-lasting memory of early life pain. I didn't know that. Prenatal cannabis use linked to increased risk of ADHD, autism, and intellectual disability in children. Strong association between prenatal cannabis use and heightened risk of ADHD. Strong association, so no proof. I'm not saying get high as fuck every day that you're pregnant, but I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't be worried about it. Chasing Martian mysteries. Perseverance pays off when studying the red planet's atmosphere. Scientists discover new antibiotic classes effective against drug-resistant bacteria. Revolutionizing brain health. Rice University unveils tiny implantable brain stimulator. An extra moon may be orbiting Earth, and scientists think they know where it actually came from. They know exactly where it came from. Massive heat wave and a supercell thunderstorm caused deadly baseball-sized hailstones to rain down on Spain. Scientists create toxic AI as rewarded for thinking of the worst possible questions we could imagine. George Washington's stash of centuries-old cherries found hidden under Mount Vernon floor. Haunting photo of Earth and Moon snapped by China's experimental lunar satellites. Free President Greg I can barely stay awake, Grace. 12:22 and I need a nap. Anthony Anderson, when Canada burned down its own parliament. It happened again. Canada's gonna go nuts. For me. It's always fucking Trump. BC tenants unknowingly move into mouse-infested department for $3,000. Winnipeg police seek 3 men who stopped inappropriate coffee shop incident. These autistic kids denied up to $800 a month because of IQ requirements. That's it. Quebecers are entitled to French on their appliances. Agreed. Pretty sure everything sold in Canada has French on it. Or maybe not. I don't know. Amy Ham. Andrew Huberman's alleged cheating is less shameful than attempts to cancel him. The sex of your daughter yesterday. No planet comes close to the life-giving properties of planet Earth, at least not yet. Our province is upside down, New West resident claims. Letter, where's the affordability? Where's the affordable in Burnaby affordable housing? Is selling your car on the street legal in Burnaby? I don't know. Golf cart licensing and insurance requirements in BC. Licensed golf clubs or golf carts. How do we love sports when sports aren't always good for the environment? How do we love sports when everything's a 50-50? Richard Robertson, Pride Toronto statement. RCMP alleges 2 former UN workers in Montreal sold weapons, drones to Libya. Sony had to recall camcorders that could see through people's clothes. Sorry, Grace, I don't feel like reading out the articles. I was incredibly wrong about the Tesla Cybertruck. Chris Shelley, a victory for citizens' rights to reasonable self-defense. Burgess Creek blaze grows to 1,600 hectares due to strong winds. Drought. Burgess Creek. How logic alone may prove that time doesn't exist. The best romantic comedy of last year just hit Netflix. Penticton's 100 Women Who Cared disperses 4,400 to local mental health causes. Teacher who had sex every day with student sentenced to 10 years in prison. Trying not to die, tourism operators face heavy debt, even as business roars back. Brunswick schools should do more to recognize World Autism Awareness Month, parents say. Florida couple accused of altering lottery scratch ticket to fake $1 million win. Fire chief, number of fires increased in Vernon, tied to opioid crisis. Okay. It's official. Scientists finally confirm what's inside the moon. Miss AI is billed as a leap forward, but feels like a monumental step backwards. Boycott or not, Canadians are paying for Galen Weston's castle. Immunize Canada touting importance of vaccinations. 29 hilarious tweets trending this week. 29 hilarious tweets. I can't help but cackle at these 29 funny little tweets from this week. I can hear you cackling already. Don't seem that funny, Chris. The best noise cancelling headphones for 2024. Canucks. South Okanagan deck railing glass comes to rescue. Police seize firearm during traffic stop in Lindsay, Ontario. Caitlin Kornberg slashes her way into the family business with dark comedy humane. I lived off-grid for years. Here are the financial savings and hidden expenses. Expressionists review the vivid premonitions of Europe's wildest-eyed geniuses. Prince Louis beams in new birthday photo taken by mother, Princess Kate. It's been a long road, but Uber is now in Newfoundland. China's EV price wars continue in the world's largest EV market. Physicists can finally explain how sand in an hourglass can suddenly stop flowing. Yeah, really, why do we have schools? Everything's here. Not necessarily in Google News, but online. Jerry Seinfeld says this show had the greatest all time, and it's not Seinfeld, of course, we know that. United Health confirms it paid ransomware gang to stop data link. It's the end of the world, it's the end of the web as we know it. It's the end of the web as we know it. Are cell phone bills falling in Canada? Critics question Ottawa's claims. 6 kitchen gadgets and tools that hack the heck out of meal prep. Use these 7 phrases to make new friends at any age, says psychologist and expert in human connection. Alright, I'll memorize these. Making friends, blah blah blah. As a psychologist and expert on human connection, I know that people who are most successful in building and rebuilding their social circles are the ones who don't wait for new friends to come. They initiate and cultivate. Here's 7 phrases to break the ice and nurture new friendships, no matter how old you are. I love your ass. Where did you get it? First off, that one's... How do you like? Do you have any recommendations for? It was great to meet you. I'd love to stay in touch, if you're open to it. How do you like to stay connected? I've enjoyed getting to know you. Let's make plans to hang out more often. Something made me think of you. I've been meaning to reach out. How have you been? Grace? I'm always looking for a new friend to try/do a particular activity. Would you be interested? Grace? Yeah, I'll forget that. One thing... Colorectal? Shouldn't there be an N in there somewhere? One thing they're never using their butts. New study finds early gut flora disturbances to autism and ADHD development. Energy will come to us from space. The unprecedented project to use the sun and the moon. Google confirms the links are not that important. Usain Bolt sets blah 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 100 mile challenge. Astroforge, how the startup plans to make asteroid mining a reality. Lana Rhoades reveals shocking amount she was paid for each scene when she was the #1 adult film star. Matterport, the global leader in 3D digital twins, to be acquired by CoStar Group. The 14 best Greek mythology retellings. Anne Hathaway says gross chemistry tests in the 2000s required her to make out with 10 guys. What? That's about. Inside the Decathlon Vancouver flagship store at Metrotown Mall. 5 tips to avoid psychological investing mistakes. Plus, why the misery in telecom stocks is likely to last. Leaving CNN was how Brooke Baldwin found her voice. Correction, RCMP provides update on efforts to combat rural crime in Fort St. John area. Metathreads now have more daily users than Musk's X. Baby Reindeer's Richard Gadd speaks out amid speculation over real-life Martha and Darian. 4 vehicles set on fire in garage parking lot in Montreal. Jack Todd, women's sports have taken a huge leap forward, though much work remains. After decades in Toronto, battle-weary former Montreal finds refuge. Meta's Mark Zuckerberg avoided a cage match with Elon Musk but got a jab in anyway by passing him on billionaires list. Tesla cuts marketing team in reversal of Musk's ad strategy. Different is beautiful. Montreal content creator inspires by posing with ostomy bag. Helen Mirren, Pierce Bronson, and Ben Kingsley cast in the Thursday Murder Club. Chris Columbus set to direct. Fired Tesla workers say Elon Musk is in big trouble with them. I'm sure he's scared. Shaking in his little boots. I'm gonna cut it short today, Grace. And actually, I'll pause it. I'm gonna continue outside. Dear Grace, again. I decided to take a break. I don't forget where I started last time, but it's 7:43 now, so a somewhat large break and a few naps in between. Now, done with the news for today. And I thought I'd reread this My Perfect Day, which I wrote to you a while ago. My Perfect Day by David Joseph. I write until I'm so sick of the subject I want to puke. If I was a successful writer, my advice would be do the same. Write until the thoughts are out of your head and onto paper, the computer, your phone, thin air, whatever. Get it out of your system. I'm in love with a stranger and I don't know why. Would be a good name for a book. My Perfect Day. Number 1. After a night of perfect, peaceful sleep, I awake at sunrise to a beautiful golden light illuminating my room. A certain orange light I remember from my youth, but not seen in years or decades. 2. I feel refreshed, not sluggish, ready to be awake, be part of society, be near her. Number 3, I nearly jump out of bed with energy, substantial teenage energy. Number 4, I make my bed. The sheets are smooth, but not perfect. Time is burning. Number 5, before I head to the washroom, I stop at the mirror to brush my hair, in case someone is in the hallway. I listen, I hear no one, but... 6. As I unlock my bedroom door, I stop and wonder, will she be there? Her in the alley? No, it's impossible. Yes, anything is possible. Was she there yesterday? No. Tomorrow? Unlikely, but maybe. Number 7. I listen again. Coast is clear. I open my door and walk through the bathroom. I look through the window into the alley, and yes, she's here. She's there. It's her. She's waiting for me. You look up at the window and wave, acknowledge me. My heart begins to pound. I recall a previous night. I confirm I have no hallucinogenic substances in my system. I don't pinch myself. My entire body surrenders. To what? I'm unsure. I stand at the window and stare at you. 10. I decide I don't care if I'm on drugs, lucid dreaming or dead. I'm playing along. 11. I slap my face to wake up. You're still there. You wave again. Maybe mentally projecting. Yes, I'm here. It's me. It's true. 12. I don't hear any mental projection. I think I'm having a heart or panic attack. 13. You point to your left, my right, directing me into the washroom. I take the hint and enter. I use the bathroom window to confirm you are still there. You are. You make a motion to wash my face. I do. The cold water wakes me up. I'm not dreaming. My dream is coming true, but I'm awake. This is real life, not some other realm. 15. I look again. The light is amazing. You're radiant. This is real. 16. I realize you're still standing in the alley, and I should invite you in. But then I remembered writing this in my head and realized a shower shave is the correct protocol. You're willing to wait. 17. A vehicle pulls up to you in the alley. For a second I panic, thinking you're leaving, but instead you get in the back seat, roll the window down, and continue to stare at me through the bathroom window. 18. My panic dissipates. It's real. It's today. I have time to shower. Don't panic. Try and smell good. 19. I realize I only have body wash, no shampoo or conditioner. I borrow some from my housemate. They won't notice. And they use the non-dollar store brands, so I'll smell good. 20. Before I take my clothes off, I close the blinds in the washroom. I take one last peek. You're looking at your phone and then back up with the house. You wave. I enter the shower and throw up violently, but nothing comes out. I feel sick, ill, and drop to my knees. I drive heat in the shower until I begin to cry in pain, or relief, or both. I enter the shower and throw up violently, but nothing comes out. I feel sick, ill, and drop to my knees. I drive heat in the shower until I begin to cry in pain, or relief, or both. I experience every emotion and no emotion simultaneously. As long as every train passing by is an applause break, I'm good. 22. I recover, but seconds later I erupt in chills. I'm freezing. I turn the shower unbearably hot to recover. I balance out. I breathe. I take deep breaths. I want 23. I breathe. I take deep breaths. I want to exit the shower and check you are still there. I can't. Instead, I breathe. 24. It's over. I'm ready. I shower like normal. No need for anything special, other than the swollen conditioner. I know my hair is a mess, but you insist on as is. 25. I return to my room, pick up my favorite t-shirt and jeans, and get ready. It's just another day. Nothing special, I say to myself. 26. I panic. Are you still in the alley? I stick my head out the window. Yes, you are there. You wave to me. Again, I nod to acknowledge. 27. I place the cast from my broken hand into my backpack. If today is the day, I may be on stage in a few hours. 28. I have everything I need. I peek out the window and you're still there. I'm not crazy. Well, not about this. 29. I unplug everything in my room except the fridge. I may not be back for a while. 30. I normally leave the window open. Today I close and lock it. I may not be back for a while. A while and a while. One of those two, right? 31. I put my recycling in the bin and my pizza tray in the fridge. No other open food sources are in the room. It doesn't matter if I return today or ever. 32. I consider leaving the door unlocked and the keys on the bed, but I'm not sure. Maybe we'll be forced to live here. Not your place. I bring my keys, lock my door, and leave. Oh, here comes an applause break. I can just feel it now. Oh shit, it's a quiet one. See, it works perfect because some of those trains are loud as fuck. And other ones are just like, eh. Alright, 32, 33, 34. I leave the house, walk up to the car and enter opposite you. 35. You smile, hold out your hand and help me into the vehicle, like an old man. 36. The front seats are blocked from view by black plexiglass. You whisper in my ear, we are alone. 37. We embrace and cry, like old friends or long-lost lovers. We release our emotions, like a friend or a long-lost lover. 38. The vehicle drives. We wait for each of us to calm. We watch each other's eyes. We laugh. 38. The vehicle drives. We wait for each other to calm. We watch each other's eyes. We laugh. 39. You ask me, where to? It's your perfect day. 40. 40. I respond. Is everything in place? You respond, yes. You tap once on the divider. We receive 2 taps in return. Me, are you hungry? You, no, but there will be food at their office. 45. We arrive at a publisher's office. Our book is on display in the boardroom. It's titled You and Me. 46. I nod to you in agreement with the title. I don't introduce myself. Everyone knows who I am, who you are, who we are. 47. Me. Is everything ready? 48. The CEO of the publishing company. Yes. Certified check for $2 million as an advance on royalties and $100K in cash. All $50 bills. 49. Me and you together. Thank you. 50. The CEO. Sign here, Mr. Joseph. 51. Me. David. Thank you for the check for me. 52. The CEO. Are you ready? 53. We. Yes. 54. At the end of the boardroom table sit 2 laptops. They are mirrored. We sit beside each other and take turns writing the first chapter of our book. 55. 2 hours later, it's done. 56. We leave. Head for destination number 2, the License Bureau. 57. You. Are you sure? 58. Me. Are you? 59. We don't talk. We hold hands. They shake. You. Food. Me. I can't. You, me neither. We arrive at the bureau and head to the marriage license line. We wait. Your parents arrive. They witness the license and later the wedding. We are called to the desk. I put in earplugs as you explain to the clerk I have hypersensitive hearing. In reality, I don't want to see your name on the marriage license or hear it. When they ask us to swear, our information is correct. Gotta kick some guy out of my favorite spot, Grace. I think this one might be longer than an hour. Well, the good news is it's the much better time for me to be recording. Not a lot of stand-up shows at noon. Alright, let's try this 66 again. We are called to the desk. I put in earplugs as you explain to the clerk I have hypersensitive hearing. In reality, I don't want to see your name on the marriage license or hear it. When they ask us to swear, our information is correct. 67. We all sign the license. I sign first. I see no names. 68. In the parking lot of the license bureau, a friend of yours marries us. She signs and notarizes the license. We are married. 69. We return the document to the bureau where they process it. We are officially married and receive the temporary certificate. I don't look at it. 70. Your parents and friend hug you before we return to the car. I shake their hands. 71. We are driven to the bank. 72. We take a photo of us holding the check. 73. We open a joint account and deposit the $2 million certified check. We are given debit/credit cards with access to the full amount and an old-fashioned checkbook. As we leave the bank, you ask, "Hungry?" I reply, "Yes." We stop at Starbucks for coffee and breakfast sandwiches. We don't talk at Starbucks, we just eat and stare back and forth. This is the most natural day in the world. Normal. Our next stop is Revenue Canada. When we arrive, I ask, "Cash or check?" You respond, "Don't be a dick with the cash. Give him a check." 80. We wait in line to pay my tax bill. 81. We pay my bill. You take a picture of me holding the check. I'm smiling. 82. You save the photo as your background and ask, "Do you want to buy a phone?" I say, "Do I need one?" And you respond, "No." We both say, "Next stop," in unison. Or in unison, we both say, "Next stop." Double applause break. Yeah, it's a noisy train. One of these days I'm going to measure the decibels inside of those trains. Just for you, Grace. When we are served, I tell them I don't need it anymore and to send me the bill or whatever. Or whatever I've received in the past. They agree. Oh, for whatever I've received in the past. Blah, 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 blah. We arrive at the disability office and wait in line. When we are served, I tell them I don't need it anymore and to send me the bill for whatever I've received in the past. They agree. As we leave the office, I say, "Passports." You reply, "Passport," and I have mine. I squeeze your hand tightly as we ride in the back of the car. I apply for a passport. Next, we head to the airport. We pick up my child. We laugh, we cry, we reunite. We stop by the SPCA and play with kittens and future pets for an hour. We take a detour to my doctor's office without an appointment. We wait until he comes out for his next patient and I interrupt him. I show him the photo on your phone of you and I holding the check and zoom in on the amount. I tell him, "I told you so, Doc." And then we walk away without his response. As I leave, you mouth, "I'm sorry," to the doctor. I catch you and say, "Don't apologize for me. It's a full-time job." You hold on to my arm. "Feel better?" Me, "Much." You, "Keep going?" Me, "Yes." We arrive at a hair salon and I get a haircut. I look 10 years younger and a million times better. I'm gorgeous. We stop by the dentist in the same strip mall and convince them to give me a quick teeth cleaning/whitening. They do. My breath smells better and my teeth are beaming. Our next stop is a lawyer's office. They've set up a charity for us. We are the co-founders. Our friends and family are board members. We sign papers and write checks to the charity for $1 million. We name the charity Grace. Dear Grace, today's podcast will be a little different. Or technically, today's recording to you will be a little different. On my way downtown, where most of the comedy clubs are. It takes about half hour by train to get there, and a half hour by train to get back, which is an hour, which if I record there and back, on and off, we'll have the podcast, and we'll see what happens at the comedy club I'm heading to. I should say I'm heading to it. I'm not necessarily heading into it, but I'm heading to where it would be on a Wednesday night. Only because the actual open mic's at 10:30 and I'm not quite sure I can stay up that late, so. I mean, I could, theoretically. But by 10:30 at night, I'm pretty tired. Maybe not tonight, who knows, we'll see. I'll read a little news while I wait for the train, and then we'll take a little pause. Russia, U.S. clash at UN over nuclear weapons in space. Wow. Actually, they're kind of idiots, if you think about it. Maybe not the nuclear weapon, but the nuclear capability. Someone can convert all those weapons into rockets. Then yeah, send them up to space. Train's here. Talk to you in a second. If it's a quiet train. If it's a noisy train, maybe not. Alright. Sorry for the continuation. Oh yeah, there's an article about the nuclear weapons. Kind of loud where I'm at right now. Two ladies talking very loud. Cars. I may have to move. Is it just me or is that loud as fuck? Alright. Try this way. About the nuclear weapons. First off, both the US and Russia were idiots for ever creating that many bombs. That's obvious. And every country involved in creating bombs are a bunch of fucking idiots. And at one point, what they should have done is join together and just say, look, the amount of land we have right now is just fine. We don't want any more war in the world. We've got enough power to destroy the entire fucking world. So this is what we're gonna do. Whatever your country is right now, I mean, they could do this tomorrow technically, but they won't. Whatever your country boundaries are right now, that's what they are. And if anyone tries to invade another country, both the US and the Russia will bomb the fuck out of whoever invades anyone else, ever. And that's the deterrent you need. You take the two biggest superpowers and threaten every single other fucking country in the world with force, deadly force. You want to send rockets over here, blow up people? Fine. We'll send in our rockets and blow the fuck out of you, and if that's not enough, we'll send in a nuke. It's just opinion. Sorry, Grace, I've been thinking about that one for a while. It's just so fucking stupid. And now they have all these nuclear weapons, so at least do something good with them. Give them to Elon Musk. Let him send them up into space, and he'll figure out what to do with them. Either he'll use them for fuel to get to Mars, he'll send it to Mars and nuke them and heat up the atmosphere, or he'll do whatever the fuck he wants. Just give them to him and let him do it. And then Russia and the US can still keep all their conventional weapons. The only thing is, who are they going to use them against? Who would be foolish enough to go up against Russia and the US together? Not even China's that fucking dumb. Anyways, I had to stand on the train on the ride downtown, so that's 30 minutes of standing up. I know I equate standing physically with standing on a stage. That's not the exact same thing, but sometimes standing up and talking for 30 minutes is harder than it looks, in my opinion. Anyways, back to the news. The evolving attitudes of Gen X towards evolution. I hope you can hear this, but if not, shit happens. Why do we care so much? What difference does it make? It makes almost zero difference in any single person's day-to-day life. Evolution. It's nothing more than a curiosity. Unless, of course, we want to get serious about it and find out if we can evolve past where we are now. But to do that, people would have to participate. Everyone's so concerned about their private data. A bit bitchy today, Grace. Researchers uncover kinky material alloy. Research. Man, it's noisy here. I would say it's like one big long applause break, but it's not. It's more like trying to fight through the crowd to get your words out. Researchers uncover kinky metal alloy that won't crack at extreme temperatures at the atomic level. Oh, here we go. Applause break. Researchers develop eggshell bioplastic pellet as a sustainable alternative to plastic. It's time to retire the term user. Hundreds of emperor penguin chicks spotted plunging off a 50-foot cliff in first-of-its-kind footage. Light stand still in deformed crystal. Light stands still in a deformed crystal. Wow, it's hard to talk over this too. I might move inside. Alright, I found a quieter spot, but I'm not sure this is going to work or not. I'll try. Surviving Vancouver, global cities unlikely holdouts. BC tenants unknowingly move into Moose, read that yesterday. Hunting for elusive ice cube. Observe 7 potential law Tau neutrinos. Daniel Dennett, why civilization is more fragile than we realized. Probably wouldn't be fragile if we actually knew more about it. So we sure do not know enough about the past. Civilization, history, whatever you want to call it, doesn't really matter. Bats are going through a rare evolution. We read that yesterday. Don't care about heavy quarks. Researcher finds that wood frogs evolved rapidly in response to road salts. UK accused by Amnesty of deliberately destabilizing human rights globally. Earth's magnetic field formed before the planet's core study suggests. Earth's magnetic field formed before the planet's core study suggests. Still fucking noisy, but there's still the beeping sound. How robots are taking over warehouse work. Ramen. Estuaries and nurseries of the sea are disappearing fast. Advances in understanding the evolution of stomach loss in gastric fishes. We study a lot of shit. How much is useful? Who knows? Record electron temperatures for a small-scale shear float stabilized Z-pinch fusion device achieved. Finally. Bioluminescence first evolved in animals at least 540 million years ago, pushing back previous oldest. God, I feel like I can just fight for the mic. Alright. Here's when your weight loss will plateau, according to science. So much. I wrote you part of a letter earlier, Grace. I'll just read it out at the end of this. Holographic displays offer a glimpse into an immersive future. Recent home break-in leaves a Vancouver family in Fairview rattled. A new kind of experiment at the LHC could unravel quantum reality, where they crash together now. I'm serious about those nuclear weapons, so give them all to Leon. Or Elon. Either of them. Right. How evolution has optimized the magnetic sensor in birds. See, that evolution we can figure out. Can't figure out our own evolution. An unapproved lubricant forces Elon Musk to recall all Cybertrucks. An unapproved lubricant. There's a sex joke in there somewhere. Contrarian doctor is a good choice to lead COVID-19 data review, Alberta Premier says. Contrarian doctor? You mean a doctor that doesn't have a big ass fucking ego? Nuclear fusion experiment overcomes two key operating hurdles. Astrophysics work toward unification of turbulence framework, weak to strong transition discovered. A NASA rover has reached a promising place to search for fossilized life on Mars. Like NASA would ever fucking report that. On a Crucial's earning call, Musk reminds the world Tesla is a tech company, even if I'm kidnapped by kidnap aliens tomorrow. Tesla will solve autonomy. See, first he says he doesn't believe in aliens, and now it's all about the aliens. Scared shitless. Probably came visit him last night. Here's 7 ways to flirt more confidently and successfully. That's what I need. Alright, just give me the 1 to 7, please. Oh my god, this is long-winded. Make eye contact with 7 people. Smile at 5 people. Say hi to 3 people. Ask 2 people an innocent question or for help. Flirt with at least 1 person. A deadline. I'll give myself a deadline to get on stage.
उसके बाद तो हम कम्युनिकेटर जो मेरे साथ एक कैलकाटा से था मैं लगातार से उसको तो रखा नहीं था वो मेरे को टेक्स्ट कर देता था.
Unprecedented images reveal jaw-dropping features of Jupiter's tortured moon. What is changing about Canada's capital gains tax, and how does it impact me? They're still going on about that. AI-generated videos evolving beyond glitchy to become cinematic and hard to spot. Yeah, there's going to be a backlash on that, I guarantee you. People are not going to go to the movie theater and pay for a completely AI-generated movie. That's my bet. But, on the other hand, it's great for content creators to create documentaries and shit like that that are more interesting. And just imagine all the shit people could put on YouTube with good AI. But as far as movies, I don't think so. But if I'm wrong, doesn't matter. Public Mobile is $29, 20 gigabyte 4G plan returns as competitors jack prices. Guide to the best bakeries in Vancouver, according to our readers. Ontario customer slams new soggy plastic-free lids at Tim Hortons. Ah, fucking Tim Hortons. Jeez, they just cannot get it straight. They're calling me. I can come in for a little consultation. Show those guys what they need to do. I'm just saying, Grace. They probably won't call. RCMP may call for threatening Tim Hortons, but fuck the RCMP and fuck Tim Hortons. It's called free speech, fuckers. 10 dead as floods wreak havoc in Kenyan capital. Rudy Giuliani calls Colombia protesters terribly misguided people. Says President Micho Safik is hateful. Israeli says forces carrying out offensive action in South Lebanon. U.S. Russia's ammo key military supplies to Ukraine. You know, the thing about this Ukraine war is just, well, I guess I don't have a TV, so that's why I don't really see it. I was going to say the footage is footage on YouTube is interesting, to say the least. Here are 4 ways Canadians can get more out of their next vacation. What's a vacation, Grace? Can you explain that to me? Am I retired? Am I forcibly retired? Am I on permanent vacation? Because vacation is when you don't work, and I'm not working, so what is it? No answer? Metro Vancouver Walmart left with trash products, empty shelves after fire. I think it's kind of expected after a fire. What can we expect?
वो एक्सटेंशन गारंटी वाला फिर वो 2-2 साल का देते जाएंगे बट एक ईयर नहीं देते
Canadian trunk removal companies reveal scariest items it's ever found. They've ever found, but eight new teams named Utah's NHL franchise appears to be considering. Brand new baby name cracked the top 10 list in Alberta last year. Oh, let's see what it is. David. Noah, Liam, Oliver, Theodore, Jack, Henry, Lucas, Benjamin, James, and William. None of those are new, but some have been longer than others. Noah, that's a little interesting. Let's see what the girls got here. The girls' names show similar pattern with Olivia, Amelia. Have you ever listened to the album Amelia, Grace? I called it an album. Back in my day, that's what we had. Your day barely had CDs. And our kids will have quantum internet. Someone gets off their fucking ass and invents it. Lazy fucking scientists. I hate them all, Grace. Amelia by Mimi Webb. Listen to it, Grace. You'll love it. With Olivia, Amelia, Sophia, Charlotte, Emma, Isla, Evelyn, Chloe, Violet, Ava, Emily, Anna, Hazel being the top girl baby names last night. Top girl names. Don't really have to say baby. Get a little fussy now. Forgot where I stopped that other recording, but shortest flight out of Toronto, so pointless. Googly actually suggests a train. 98-year-old Vancouver home sold for nearly $1 million over asking price. All the way Albertans will receive extra cash this summer. Nice. D. Smith was so touched by reputation he got from. Try that again. D. Smith was so touched by reception he got from a Canucks fan. Airlines in the U.S. must now issue automatic refunds for delayed flights. Fights? Yes. Every time they delay a flight, they have to give a refund. Airlines in the U.S. I don't want to read it. What's going on here? Photographer sues Merton Priest Stallion, claiming he was unfairly fired. Olivier, I still haven't learned how to pronounce his name, but I won't. Olivier is its convoy camp, claims Trudeau is lying about everything. Former Peter Sean Lennon suspended indefinitely by CFL for betting on games. Yeah, that's probably not a good thing. Coke, Pepsi, top listed global counts of plastic waste. Property owners to be reimbursed $150K over Winnipeg firm's deceptive dealings. Court sentences Iranian dissident rapper Tonjai Sali to death. Summerside facing challenges of growth, says mayor in State of the City address. Alberta enacts fire restriction as wildfire conditions grow extreme. No more foam parties without meeting conditions, health unit tells nightclub. A Ford Mustang Mach-E in this winter Ontario lab is being driven from Germany. That's Starbucks on Hornby Street. Are you familiar with that one, Grace? Hornby Street. Scientists discover Uranus. I mean, come on. Scientists discover Uranus may be full of a lot more methane than previously thought. I mean, I just couldn't resist. I would have done the same. Billie Eilish. Explaining the meaning behind a song that revealed she wanted to sleep with women. Probably wanted more. Pilot's heartbreaking final words before deadliest plane crash that killed all 135 passengers on board. What is this? Cheerleader stripped of valedictorian honors and could lose scholarship after miscalculation. What did a cheerleader miscalculate? What the fuck, are they calculating it manually or something? Their GPA isn't in a fucking computer? Yeah, I don't know, Grace. Saudi Arabia's 1 trillion giga project. The line is looking for investors after decreasing in size. They thought they got the investors before they started it, but best chase sequence ever filmed was made on custom-built $202.5 million highway, which was destroyed afterwards. I read about that one time, a long time ago. Cybertruck gets smashed by semi-truck trailer, but everyone is saying the same thing. It's only 80,000? That doesn't sound too bad. I'm gonna find another spot, Grace. Talk to you in a minute. Alright, Grace got a new quiet spot. Alright. We'll redo this one. Cybertruck gets smashed by semi-truck, but everyone is saying the same thing. Once in a lifetime exploding star could soon be visible. NASA predicts. Murder suspect makes deathbed confession, leading police to disturbing discovery. Now that's the one that I don't understand. I don't understand, Grace. Okay, there's a girl running in a all-out sundress and very yellow shoes. I should record her, but I'm too lazy to turn on the camera. Murder suspect makes deathbed confession, leading police to disturbing discovery. Yeah, why don't more people make deathbed confessions? Yeah, just confess while you're still alive. Trout becomes first in majors to reach 10 home runs, but Orioles hold off Angels. Canadian minister intervenes in anti-pipeline activist deportation. Rescued rats taught to drive tiny cars with help of BC owners. BC couple's unusual new hobby. That sounds better than BC owners. Here are 4 ways Canadians can get more out of their next vacation. Canadian, we did all those ones. We did those, blah, blah, blah. What's going on here? I'm not sure if I should go to that comedy club or not. One that does the Wednesday nights. That back alley was a little sketchy. Would you go to the comedy club, Grace, that has no sign and you enter through the back alley of one of the most dangerous streets in Vancouver? It's not really dangerous, but that sounds better. Or one of the sketchiest streets in Vancouver. How about that? I don't think Vancouver is dangerous at all, not even on that street. But it does seem kind of weird. We'll see. I'm not going tonight anyways, but maybe tomorrow. Tonight we'll see. Maybe at 10:30 I'll try. See if I can talk at 10:30. So we've got less noise, but we do have some seaplanes. We'll make that the applause break. Pretty lame though. Playing Mario Brothers is helping tech experts solve major software glitches. I'd say taken off. Playing Mario Brothers is helping tech experts solve major software glitches. I would say playing any video game helps any programmer help solve any issue. Playing games and sleeping are 2 things that would solve my programming dilemmas. Lonely parents, despite busy families' lives. Lonely parents, despite busy family lives, most moms and dads feel isolated. I don't know. This is better because I get to listen to people's conversations as they walk by. And I can talk loud when they're not walking by. Best of all worlds. I will say though, it's a little cold out here. I may have to start walking. What are the 5 best chocolate chip cookies? Take all 5, combine them together with a bowl of ice cream, and that's the best. That's what Dwight Schrute would say. Scientists create programmable artificial cells that mimic living cells. About fucking time. Scientists. Devastating tree virus threatens world chocolate supply. Ooh, that would be a problem for you, Grace, won't it? Dietitian breaks down how struggling parents can get picky kids to eat healthy. plane provided a decent applause break and a little cough fit. A little cold out here, but we'll figure this out. You have to walk and talk. Big goals drive success. Study finds if you can dream it, you can be it. So if I dream of being a comedian, I can be it. I didn't dream last night of being a comedian, Grace, but I did dream of not taking any shit. Which is probably a big part of being a comedian. Don't take shit, and as Joe Rogan says, don't read the comments. Scientists discovered hidden oases of What are the 5 best elliptical machines according to fitness experts? Don't think the machine is actually the problem. Any machine will work. Alright, let's find some Google News. Arizona grand jury files criminal charges over 2020 election schemes. Jew says good luck to Saskatchewan Premier in carbon price spat. 2 new projects funded $57,000 in gaming grants. Another casino. 59-year-old BC man wanted for 6 counts of theft. Michael Taub, why Canadian banks should avoid halal mortgages at all costs. Province determines more than 4. The planes aren't as annoying as that beeping thing. Province determines more than 40 medical clinics advertising membership fees. KATL claims new grid battery will experience no degradation in first 5 years. Disgraced former Kelowna social worker living with sister while on day parole. There, I gave you a little show while we waited for the plane to settle the fuck down. UK tabloids abuzz with Canadians' Loch Ness monster photo. Anne Heche's estate cannot pay over $8 million in debt, Sun says. This posh cruise sails from Vancouver to the Caribbean island for a steal. You want to go on a cruise to the Caribbean islands, Grace? This is for a steal. That looks like fun. Sunday, September 29th. Alright, gotta remember to buy some tickets. Fair, comedy outside wouldn't be too bad because I breathe better outside, especially when it's this cold. Alright. Millions of education dollars missing for kids of Temporary Residents, Burnaby School Board. Family-friendly Japanese festival in Burnaby this weekend. Celebrate cherry blossoms. Too bad they're all gone. I left like 2 weeks ago to work on the planning. Just saying. Woman found not guilty of causing disturbance during alleged rant at North Van sushi shop owner. Everyone wants to fucking rant these days. That's all we want to do. Everyone is pissed off and angry. Bolivar will do anything to win. Must condemn Alex Jones' endorsement, Trudeau. Freedom of speech is just gone. Say anything, they jump all over it. Signs of spider phenomenon on Mars. Not even bother with that one. Solar balconies are booming in Germany. Here's what you need to know about the popular home tech. Yeah, that makes sense. Put solar panels on your railings. To be fair, it doesn't matter if the panels are pointing all the way up. As long as they're in contact with the sun part of the day. And they're cheap enough, why not? I know, it sounds too logical. I burned for it. Connects Miller's savior shot to step up in playoffs. New Peggy Cove's bylaw brought in amid complaints of unfairness. Have you been to Peggy's Cove, Grace? Just gonna keep asking that every time I need to fill space. Space being time. Nova Scotia Power estimates scaled down version of Atlantic Loop to cost about $700 million. China's Tiangong space station damaged by debris strike report. Council tenant smoking fines, BC Strata told. Ontario scrapping sick notes to cut down on doctors' paperwork. Well, that's great. Less information. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm wrong. They were right. That's a good idea. Scrap the fucking sick notes. I'd say give them a certain number of paid work days, or paid sick days. But you can take more sick days, you just don't get paid. Now, if you're taking 3 sick days every week, obviously that's a issue, but these are problems that can be solved. Fucking idiots. Probably shouldn't say that, but missing dog likely died in fall. Sorry. Missing dog likely died in fall. North Shore Rescue. I can only read in this voice, Grace, that's it. This is my reading voice, and my other voice is my speaking voice. And the transcript will confirm that. Local leaders in HVAC building. Local leaders in HVAC, building automation and electrical. Kimco Control celebrates 40 years of people, passion, technology. To be fair, I can't really trust writers because they just write whatever shit makes whoever they're writing for look good. Could be the worst fucking company in the world, you don't know. Never trust a writer, Grace. Never. Trust a comedian, but not a writer. Unless he's also a comedian, then it's okay. These planes come in at a pretty good angle. I should video this for you, but I'd like to see one of them nosedive without anyone getting hurt, of course. We'll have to do that one day. Spanish company Halo Space plans to offer space glamping by 2026. That's pretty close. I would say space, but anti-grav camping. 10 sections of Ontario Highway will see speed limits increase to 110 kilometers an hour. That's not that fast. New Bombardier Mach corporate logo pays tribute to record-setting flight. Calgarians are losing it after Tim Hortons sells Oiler donuts in the city. Oh my God. Albertans know that the rivalry between Calgary Flames... Sorry, I'm going to do a little sarcastic reading here. I lived in Alberta, Grace, so that allows me to make fun of it. That's how it works for comedians. As long as you've been there or lived there, then you can make fun of there. As long as you identify as something, you can make fun of it. Calgarians are losing it after Tim Hortons sells Oiler donuts in the city. Any Albertan knows that the rivalry between the Calgary Flames and Edmonton Oilers runs deep. And now Tim Hortons, those fuckers, have been caught in the crossfire. One ex-user in Calgary joked that he was boycotting his local Tim's after he spotted Oilers-themed donuts being sold. I wonder if they have their fucking toilets open. It's certainly an interesting choice to serve up donuts dressed with the Oilers logo in Cowtown of all places, and it's got a lot of people talking. I do feel you, because if the situation were reversed with Edmonton Tim Hortons selling Flames donuts, I'd be pretty upset, one person responded. Blaine seems to think that was pretty funny. Alright, that was a long applause break, but I wouldn't buy a Flames one if the roles were reversed, Annette added. Others came up with some alternative uses for the donuts. Let's guess. I think they're meant for throwing, one person responded. That it. Although, as with all good rivalries, many Oilers fans couldn't help but get a few jabs in. I'm sure you could ask the province for some money to make a better team, one user replied. Province can fix their water problem too. It might be a few years before Tim Hortons sells Flame donuts, another added, or Flames playoff donuts, another added. Good burn. Look at all the stuff I'm missing on X here. I could be laughing my ass off all day long. Instead, what do? Talk to my phone in the park. For an hour a fucking day. Which isn't enough. Kelowna's most wanted, Crime Stoppers. Claude 3 Opus has stunned AI research with its intellect and self-awareness. Does this mean it can think for itself? Nope. Elon Musk insists Tesla isn't a car company as sales falter. I don't know if we read that one about... No, we missed that one about Elon. Elon responded to Australia, but missed that one. REM expansion into Day Muchnon. 2 Vancouver watering holes make a list of North America's 50 best bars. Sounds like they made the list. Just saying. RCMP calling him a sex trafficking ringleader. He wants an apology and $100 million. Good luck. Share of electricity generated by fossil fuels in Great Britain drops to record low. I'd really like to know if you look at this screen or not, Grace. But BC walks tightrope between climate goals and affordability. Company develops technology to harness boundless energy source within ocean. Here's why. Don't really need a reason, but thanks. Bad welcome to Canada. White Rock stabbing victim's wife angered by apparent random attack. True, not many random attacks. Bird flu outbreak in cattle may have begun months earlier than thought. Lottery winner chooses massive lump sum over $25,000. Or $25,000 a year for life. Scientists have captured the world's first X-ray of a single atom in remarkable discovery. I already read that one. Psychologist shares 5 benefits of making the minimalist switch. Wow, this should be interesting. I think I'm pretty sure I'm as minimalist as could possibly be. I think if you can get your entire life down to one backpack, you're a minimalist. That's my definition, Grace. I write about the world of psychology. In a world that often glorifies abundance and consumption, a new trend has taken hold: minimalism. At first glance, it might seem like just a stylish way to declutter your home, but the roots of minimalism run much deeper. I don't think this is sarcastic enough. From a psychological perspective, our physical homes are often analogous, can't say it, to Dear Grace, I'm going to attempt second recording for today. So hopefully I can get ahead one again. Back at the noisy train station. But later at night, so it shouldn't be too bad. Fatal White Rock stabbing leaves victim's friend in shock. I think that's kind of obvious. I think more likely the victim's friend is pissed off that the fatal stabbing suspect is still on the loose. I hate mainstream news. Actually, I just hate some of the way they fucking word things. It's chaos. Cottage owners rush to sell ahead of capital gain. We need a no capital gains tax filter on this thing. Or I could just read it ahead of time, but that seems like a lot of work. Someone's whistling at me. 6 burning questions facing the Toronto Police Service in the wake of the Umar Zamir verdict. I should read about that. You'd have to ask him. Counselors shrug at colleagues' remote participation in public hearing. Probably not good that I'm looking at the time a minute in, but let's go on world. Sick of Canada. Alaska plane crash. Here we go. Pilot reported fire on board plane carrying fuel. That's not good. See, there goes CTV News. What does everyone want to know? Did the guy live or not? One of the two pilots of an airplane that was laden with fuel reported a fire aboard shortly before the aircraft crashed and burned outside Fairbanks, killing both of them. Okay, that's what people want to know. Why? I don't know, but get with it, CTV. Maybe we'll just make this a podcast about how much I hate Canadian mainstream news. That's too boring for you, Grace. Trudeau tight-lipped on potential U.S. TikTok ban as key bill passes. It's like they could actually stop anyone with any sense from getting anything on the internet anywhere they want. So all that's a big waste of time and money, in my opinion. A view from inside Columbia's campus at U.S. students' protest. Arizona takes major step toward repealing near total abortion ban from 1864. Jesus. They take their anti-abortion pretty serious there. Ukraine wins bipartisan U.S. support, strikes Russia from afar. Russia-U.S. clash at UN over nuclear weapons in space, which I started to explain yesterday and I still agree with. Well, not yesterday, earlier today, but this will come out the day after, so technically kind of makes that yesterday. The only thing I'm revising is, let's say China, U.S., Russia. Say that's it. We're done with war. We're gonna actually do some good in this world. We're gonna give all of our nuclear weapons to Elon Musk or Leon Smuck, whichever one, because we trust him. He's not gonna send the uranium. Elon knows what to do. I'm not gonna tell him what to do. Then keep your conventional weapons. Keep your conventional weapons for a while. And then any country that's stupid enough to bomb another country, bomb their parliament. Force them to rebuild. If your parliament members happen to be sitting in there, well, I guess they shouldn't have bombed the other country. And then you have nuclear deterrent for the entire world. As long as 3 countries can agree. And by countries, I mean actual citizens of the countries. So if the citizens of China, the US, and Russia all said, you know what? We all have enough land. There's lots of undeveloped land. We're good. And instead of spending all this money on potential war, we have the technology now. It would only take literally a handful of people and an arsenal of weapons to destroy any city on Earth. And then everyone that's in the military in all those countries can do what they really want to do. It's just a thought. U.S. secretly sent long-range missiles to Ukraine for its fight with Russia. I read that earlier. And let's go to technology, Grace. Maybe the scientists haven't fucked up too much today. I'll be the first comedian that every single scientist hates. I'll be counseled by scientists. Apple iPad Air 2024 insider makes hasty U-turn on new feature. Woman who left beaten dad on floor for 2 days was overwhelmed with his care, judge told. The ultimate recap of Sea Otter 2024. Stellar Blade release time. The countdown to the new PS5 action RGP is on. The making and unmaking of Violent Men. Miglenia Todorova. Ideas with Boy, I have troubles with anything but English. A big piece of Saskatoon airline history departing for Lethbridge. Anker USB C717 chargers now 50% off for a limited time. Stellar Blade in game art referencing racial slur will be removed, says Sony. Gary's Mod is removing 20 years worth of Nintendo-related items from its Steam workshop following takedown request. Exclusive Vivo X100's leaks ahead of May debut. It's a phone. Bacteria engineered for climate-neutral chemicals of the future. Cleaning up with bamboo. The story of a little BC company that could. Yeah, I could write this shit so fucking easily. Qualcomm is expanding its next-gen laptop chip line with the Snapdragon X Plus. AI to help you game. Gigabyte launches AI-powered 49-inch ultra-wide curved OLED gaming monitor. Can you get me one of those, Grace? In an Xbox or whatever. How much would you pay to attend your dream concert? Our guide to the best fire pits in Canada in 2024 and where to get them. Our guide? You guys have to create a committee? I'm a little snarky today, Grace. Electric vehicle maker Polestar is making a smartphone as a companion to its cars. Fallout 4. Tena reveals key specs of upcoming OPA A3 GSM Arena.com news. WhatsApp for iOS is rolling out passwordless logins with passkeys. How fucking dare they? Zero-day exploits hit crush FTP. Researchers expect rapid exploitation. I don't think I've used FTP in Fire 6, maybe 7 years. Just in case you're wondering, Grace, because I'm assuming that was exactly what's in your head. Oh, applause break. I swear for the rest of my life I won't be able to sleep without that fucking train in the background. Grace. Apple's lead marketer for new Vision Pro headset retires. Well, I guess he did a good job. Or she. Important updates regarding the Bob Burney Arena. Google makes a new sale offer to more Pixel 8 buyers. Scientists create. Let's try health. Then we'll go to science. Fuck with the scientists. I'm not going to take all of my frustration out on scientists. AHS confirms case of measles in Edmonton. Yep, measles happened. Get over it. U.S. tightens rules for dairy cows a day after bird flu virus fragments found in pasteurized milk samples. Pretty sure we can find any virus you want in almost fucking anything if you look hard enough. April 22nd to 30th is Immunization Awareness Week. Yeah, because it hasn't been in the fucking news since COVID. HIV/AIDS on the rise in Canada. Oh, HIV/AIDS on the rise in Canada. Which is it? Because there's a big difference. Island Health encourages higher immunization rates as measles cases rise in Canada. Why don't they report? If I wasn't lazy, I'd Google how many people die a year from measles in Canada, but I'm too lazy, so fuck it. HKPR Health Unit to issue 2,000 student suspensions for incomplete immunizations. Organ transplant, pig kidney combined with heart pump. Living kidneys transplant recipient aims to break down barriers. Canadian doctors are using outdated guidelines to screen for cancer, experts warn. Bridging Gaps in Diabetes Care, UHN Foundation. Sask Health Ministry reminds people about the risk of hantavirus. People must just be scared shitless of fucking everything that can kill them. Mobile primary care clinics in Bridgewater. More doctors can prescribe a leading addiction treatment. Why aren't more people getting help? More doctors can prescribe a leading addiction treatment. Why aren't more people getting help? Let's find out. Maybe we'll have something to read here. More doctors. Why aren't people getting help? Let's find out what it is first. Tabs of buprenorphine. Wow, that needs a better name. I think this whole fucking prescribing thing too. Like everyone mixes every medication. I mean, how would they ever fucking know? So to make you jump through hoops to get a prescription from a doctor, I mean, if this can help addiction, then why are they selling it over the fucking counter? Fucking retards. I mean, if there's no major side effects, sell the fucking shit over the counter. Idiots. Your voice matters. How patient feedback is shaping healthcare. Yeah, who's listening? Doctors do what they want. Simple as that. Doctors doctor by their personality, not by any stringent guidelines, in my opinion. Virtual clinics, I'll just keep saying in my opinion, and then I can't get sued ever. Just like those guys that always say allegedly. Virtual clinics prescribe safer supply drugs to people as opioid crisis deepens. See, there you go. They're going to do it anyways, give them something safer. Additional testing for fatal wildlife disease discovery near Cranbrook comes back negative. Interior Health delivers nearly 800,000 immunization doses in 2023. Holy fuck. I know Interior Health doesn't cover that many. They barely cover that many people. I'm just jabbing them left and right up there in Interior Health. Give it. New technology advancing cancer care for women at Southlake. That's good. Malnutrition, not as common as you think, our communities. I've done 1 day of my fast, Grace. Or let's say 24 hours of fasting. Wait. Maybe a little more. 24 hours and some. We'll keep going until I get on stage or you show up. But speaking of fasting, you don't get malnutrition when you don't eat, because your body already has everything stored that it needs. So fat is the perfect food. See, the audience agrees with me. Concern about misuse and abuse of diabetes drugs. Someone taking too much metformin? Trying to lose weight? Keeping the old blood sugar down? Allergies can make you miserable. That's my problem, Grace. I have allergies. Can you hear it in my voice? Allergies can make you miserable. Here's how to track pollen levels near you. Sniff. Nanaimo Hospital for Foundation fundraising for cancer diagnostic tool. Nanaimo. Why can't I say that word, Grace? I've fucking been there. Nanaimo. Alright, moisture break. Nanaimo Hospital Foundation fundraising for cancer diagnostic tool. I mean, if we have to treat cancer anyways, why do we have to fundraise? Buy the fucking tool and catch it early, and then we don't have to spend all the money in the back end. Not natural. National Immunization Awareness Week. Pfizer Canada and McMaster to foster health equity in vaccine science. How about just Pfizer open up their entire fucking company to investigative reporters, see what they're really fucking doing in there, and seeing if they're really helping humanity or they're just a bunch of cunts. Just my opinion. Male infertility. What you should know. I only wish. I'm sure my boys are working just fine. Maybe I should go get a vasectomy, Grace. Why are some men in denial? Peel region. Sorry, 1 second. Getting dark. Peel region has a major childhood vaccination backlog. Well, you jab everyone with COVID, and then you can't jab them with the other ones. Pretty sure Grace doctors are going to hate me too, but that's fine. Woman nearly dies and developed psychosis after stomachache turned out to be much worse. So the doctors fucked up? Turns out to be gallstones. Says she nearly died and developed psychosis after being diagnosed with gallstones, which she first thought was a severe stomachache. Nicole E. Basta receives a Rising Star Award from Sabine Vaccine Institute, McGill reporter. Exploring why pneumococcal pneumonia can create a heavy health and cost burden. Learn the risks of fit 25-year-old's cough. Sorry, pause break. Fit 25-year-old's cough was the first sign of non-Hodgkin lymphoma, smacked in the face with the news. These changes in eating habits can be a warning sign of dementia and Alzheimer's disease, experts say. See, again, that's all the shit we need to get into AI. Oh, and then everyone record what they do every single second of the day and put that into AI anonymously. And then maybe these scientists can figure out what the fuck to do. So they clearly don't have the data they need, in my opinion. SpaceX launch marks 300th successful booster landing. That's actually really cool. Giant prehistoric salmon had tusk-like teeth for defense. Building nests. Study. Interview with CBC about the Voyager 1 interstellar software repair, astrobiology. I wonder what today's programmers, I wonder if a guy just coming out of MIT could understand that code, or if they're take an old fuck like me who was around when they're programming it. That's what I wonder, Grace. Wildlife Wednesday. Loons are suffering as water clarity diminishes. Signs of spider phenomenon on Mars. Exploring ecological networks in a digital world. News, Vancouver Island University, Canada. There's tags in there. NASA flyby reveals lava lake, Steeple Mountain on a volcanic world in our solar system. Researchers find oldest undisputed evidence of Earth's magnetic field. Well, apparently it was here before Earth got here, so something like that. Let's see, technology. Did that. Business, don't care about. Let's try following. Following. Yeah, let's get some mainstream news. More sick. No more. Yeah, I did that one. And Edmonton councillor at the center of an anonymous letter sent to province speaks out. Ah, this looks good. Some whistleblowing. Because of course, It's not like the news would actually find this story, the mainstream news. Edmonton councillor at the centre of anonymous letter sent to province speaks out. Alright, almost exactly. This has got some gossip here going. White Rock Mayor, homicide investigators, and RCMP to provide an update on deadly stabbing. Watch live. Almost exactly 1 month after Alberta Premier Danielle Smith spoke publicly about a letter that she said raised concerns about the city of Edmonton, Global News has obtained the document. In it, the person raises a concern. No fucking thanks, Global. Jesus. In it, the person raises a concern about Ward Councillor Karen Tang. Tang's husband is the co-founder of a non-profit organization. That group received a sponsorship from an Edmonton technology organization. That technology organization later leased land from the city of Edmonton as part of the Edmonton Research Park development. Tang attended on March 23, 2022 Executive Committee meeting where councillors discussed the Edmonton Research Park, which is in Tang's ward. She asked questions to multiple speakers, including representatives of the technology organization in question. I observed that Councillor Tang went out of her way to procure information for the public that would be specifically benefit the company, the anonymous letter says. Second, she also went out of her way to attend the meetings, ask questions, and shape committee and council discussions that lead to a favorable lease and purchase agreement, the person wrote. It's getting too boring. I want some good gossip. Paleontology. Except well-preserved shark fossils from the time of the dinosaurs identified. Exceptionally well-preserved shark fossils from the time of the dinosaurs identified in Mexico. Giant prehistoric salmon had tusk-like teeth. I'll read that 2 more times. Terrifying large snakes. Fragility on display at new Kelowna Art Gallery exhibition, Kelowna News. Local leaders. Opinion: every tech tool in a classroom should be ruthlessly evaluated. Chicago Museum says investigators have no evidence art was looted. Alright, I'm shivering, so I'm going to go home and do the last 30 minutes at home. Talk to you in a bit, Grace. Alright, I'm resuming from yesterday's news recording, Grace. And this is actually where I started yesterday. I started writing a letter, so the podcast, but never finished, so I'll read it out to you now, and then I'll be done with April 24th, 2024, 11:53 p.m. Dear Grace, I'm taking a day off from your podcast to exercise my fingers. The audio for this letter is electronic, then I'm resting my voice for stage. I'm nearly ready to stand up, Grace. I'm not sure of the delay. Maybe I'm not hungry enough. My solution, Grace, is to fast. I'm going to stop eating until either I get up on stage or I see you again, in real life, not my dreams. talked about this in my past letters, Grace. I think when you're without food, your mind works overtime to find food. However, since my mind knows it can get food anytime it wants, it redirects the urgency to find food into an urgency to write or to find you. I'm listening to Joe Rogan as I write this to you, Grace. I'm 99% sure his podcast has and will change the world more than any other source of information. They're talking about marriage on the episode. If you marry me the day you meet me, Grace, it's a decent marriage story, no? Good enough for Joe? Do you think we'll ever be on his podcast, Grace? I'm glad a comedian is changing the world. Joe was talking about the difficult in writing. No shit. I'm glad I took a break from writing you, Grace, but I also miss it. Instead of the news, I'll use Joe and continue to comment, if that's okay with you, Grace. You don't mind? Joe quoted Hemingway, "The first draft of everything is shit." Hemingway. Joe mentioned this quote, but I disagree. I think the first draft is a true story and intention. It may not read well, it may be full of typos and spelling mistakes like my work, but it's true and honesty. It's true and honest. However, honesty and rawness doesn't sell. No publisher will publish a first draft with errors. I understand to a degree, but how about include the first draft? Or put the first draft online? Or do what I do, put every draft online, and let the public decide which they like better. Why hold back? Or let them see the progression. Hopefully I'm speaking a little louder, Grace, so the background noise isn't such a pain in the ass. So definitely need that fucking window open. Joe suggests everyone runs a mile a day. I don't disagree. I don't have the desire to run at the moment, Grace. Maybe one day. I'm running after you. Does that count? I thought about this morning. And what he should suggest. See how long it can take before I can say two S words together. What he should suggest is that fuck. Anyway, small coughing break. Maybe the coughing break can be the applause break. No sirens come by. Interesting fact, when it rains, I can't hear the trains, only the cars. The rain on the tree, that sound breaks the connection, I guess, to the train area. Fascinating stuff, I know. Anyways, I don't disagree with Joe, but I think what would be better is if everyone had sex for an hour a day, which would also, well, would give them their cardio, assuming they moved a lot, didn't just sit there and soak, and would also clear their mind, which running can do as well. But running by yourself is a fuck of a lot more boring than having sex with someone. So that's my suggestion for Joe. Joe talks about a female android you can have sex with. See, there we go. You should have just combined these two. His logic is a large percentage of men in America are not having sex, and this would give them something to have sex with. According to Joe, women won't be interested in a fuck robot. He's probably correct, or at least they won't take their robo-mate outside. They'll probably leave him in their closet. I think, Grace, it would be easier if... and that's where I stopped. So that's the letter I was going to write, but I was happy with the recording. I'm not going to bother. So, we got 13 minutes to kill, or whatever, 23. Let's go back to the news. Research uncover parallel universe in tomato genetics. See, this is why I hate physics.org, because this is not going to be a parallel universe. Motherfuckers. Tomato tar. I should actually take that one off the list, but then who would I bitch at? Researchers show it's possible to teach old magnetic cilia new tricks. I wanted to work on something that didn't exist. Okay, that's a good start. Polina Anikiva, PhD, 09. Oh, we're going to start putting the year of her PhDs up now. Followed by her ultra-thin brain probes with tools to study the gut-brain connection. It now leads an MIT Research Center investigation neural pathways throughout the body. Knowing fasting, Grace, does that mean my gut biome doesn't exist? Or it's just sitting there doing nothing? I'm serious about this 09 thing. Is that a thing now? Definitely a lot of work in Parkinson's disease, but that makes sense. All the baby boomers are worried they're going to get it, so they're dumping their money into the research. Scientists develop novel one-dimensional superconductor. Frustrating. Metro Vancouver shuts down hike rave due to significant concerns. What does that have to do with Metro Vancouver? Oh, sorry, I'm confusing Metro Vancouver with transit. And Metro Vancouver might actually be a place. I think we read about that a week ago or something. The wake-up call. Life evaluations among youth at record low. The wake-up call. That's good. Get the wake-up call early. You don't have to wait till you're an old fuck like me. Guess it doesn't want us to read this. I was sad, yet not surprised, when I read the U.S. drop from the 15th happiest country in the world to 23rd in the latest World Happiest Report. Well, no wonder they can't agree on anything. I mean, literally living in the U.S., it's like you'd have to watch your mouth on every single thing you say, because you never know if someone's going to be far left or far right. searching for their fucking identity. Still a little grumpy, Grace. Vast DNA tree of life for plants revealed by global science team using 1.8 billion letters of genetic code, I would think, but okay, good. Got one right, Grace. One for me. The 16 messages that led to love. I've sent you a lot more than 16 fucking messages, Grace. Still sitting here alone. The messages that led to love. Illustrations by Tara Booth. Getting to know someone used to take many forms: handwritten letters, phone conversations, in-person heart-to-hearts. Today we text, we slide into DMs. Dating apps and social media have made it effortless to start a conversation. Still, it can be hard to know what exactly to say. We ask readers of the Modern Love column to share the early messages, the banter, emojis, and wit that made them fall for each study participant provided blood samples on 2 occasions during that time at the 15 and 20-year points. They were between 18 and 30 at baseline or year 0. It's kind of interesting. So at least this study, where they take it across 5 years, starts to make a little more sense. Especially if they're looking at genes. Using these blood samples from 5 years apart, Ho and her team looked at the epigenetic changes, specifically DNA methylation levels of people who had used cannabis recently for a long time. The addition or removal of methyl groups from DNA is one of the most studied epigenetic modifications. Without changing the genomic sequence, it changes the activity of genes, because it's harder for cells to read the genome instruction manual with these molecular changes in their way. Environmental and lifestyle factors can trigger these methylamine changes, which can be passed on to future generations, and blood biomarkers can provide information about both recent and historical exposures. We previously identified associations between marijuana use and the aging process as captured through DNA methylation, Ho said. We wanted to further explore whether specific epigenetic factors were associated with marijuana and whether these factors are related to health outcomes. The comprehensive data of the participants' cannabis use allowed them to estimate cumulative use over time, as well as recent use, and compare it with DNA methylation markers in their blood for analysis. They found numerous DNA methylation markers in the 15-year blood samples, 22 that were associated with recent use and 31 associated with cumulative cannabis use. In the samples taken at the 20-year point, they identified 132 markers linked to recent use and 16 linked to cumulative use. Sorry, got distracted by boat. Interestingly, we consistently identified one marker that has previously been associated with tobacco use. Poe explained, suggesting a potential shared genetic epigenetic regulation between tobacco and marijuana use. Well, I can see that, but for another reason. Multiple epigenetic changes associated with cannabis use had previously been linked to things like cellular proliferation, hormone signaling, infections, neurological disorders like schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, and substance use disorders. It says use had previously been linked to things like. It's important to know that the study does. It's important to note that this study does not prove that cannabis directly causes these changes or causes health problems, which everyone that used it already knew. This research has provided novel insights into the association between marijuana use and epigenetic factors, said epidemiologist. Additional studies are needed to determine whether these associations are consistently observed in different populations. Moreover, studies examining the effect of marijuana on age-related health outcomes may provide further insight into the long-term effect of marijuana on health. They're just start surveying everyone. Like 500, it's got to be 500 weed stores across Canada. Just survey everyone. Some people are going to lie, but most won't. People that want to help won't lie, and those few that lie are going to be such a small percentage, it doesn't matter. It won't vary the results. Because if you have 500 stores surveying 500 of their customers in Canada, all anonymous, of course, it's a fuck of a lot of data. And I say do it from the stores because I could set up an online survey tomorrow, but no one would fucking look at it. I couldn't get anyone there to it, so what's the point? Just have a big sign. Do you feel better on cannabis? Please fill out this survey. Or here's the best one. Fill out the survey and get oh no, that won't work because it's anonymous. Never mind. That was a good idea, Grace, but it failed before I even told it to you. No, I'm not going to tell it to you ever. Cow milk particles unlock one of medicine's most. Pause break. I've got a pretty quiet spot here today, Grace, by the river, because there's construction going down the boardwalk, which stops people from coming where I'm sitting. And I'm sitting on the only dry seat in the place because it just rained. British Columbia recriminalizes use of drugs in public spaces. Well, I'm fucked. Jesus. Back to the Ollies. Oh, yeah, speaking of Ollies, Grace, I fucked up when I went to Fun the Comedy's place. I read the address, but then I flipped a couple of numbers. So what I thought was the comedy club was actually an abandoned building between two other normal stores, which is why it confused me. But then I looked on Google and actually found it, and you don't enter through the alley, although there's a club in Vancouver where you do enter through the alley, but it's not this one. So yeah, I'm an idiot. British Columbia recriminalizes use of drugs in public spaces. mean, to be fair, I've seen it in problematic street drug use in hospitals, parks, and on bus stops. In the hospital or around the hospital? Parks, bus stops, yep, seen it. People just walk by. No one really interacts, so I'm not sure what the problem is, but keeping our people safe is the highest priority. Okay, well then give us some facts. How many people have died? How many people have been whatever? Give us the facts. Or find a fucking how about this? Come at the public with a better plan. Then that 14,000 lives lost is it's not going to change anything. All it's going to do is make people not see it again. That's all it's going to change. Any drug addict is going to just keep on the way it was. They don't give a fuck. Okay, you can arrest it, find anything else. So, as usual, government bullshit. Read that yesterday. That's my foot grace. That's my coffee cup. How exciting. Following environment, The Guardian. Or oh yeah, we read that. Oh yeah, this is the second one of the day. 2:32. That earlier one was a sleepy one. Yeah, that sucks. I shouldn't speak until at least noon. UN-led panel aims to tackle abuses linked to mining for critical minerals. See, this at least makes sense. Although the UN, maybe the UN could just start exposing everything, because nobody actually listens to them in the first place. So just expose all your secrets, UN, and let the internet take care of the rest. Barclays accused of greenwashing over financing for Italian oil company. Exotic spiders flourishing in Britain as new jumping species found in Cornwall. Ooh, jumping spiders. Perfect. I don't know the name of this river, but I'd have to assume it's the Fraser, but I don't really know. Logs are floating down it though. Feels like the beach combers. Trump will dismantle key U.S. weather and science agency climates. Experts fear. Weaken wildlife in pictures. A lazy leopard a moonwalking elephant, and hitchhiking ducklings. That is a story for you, Grace. The best of this week's wildlife photographs from around the world. Will I ever have a camera again, Grace? That pigeon is actually, if he or she gets closer, it's like almost black. You ever seen a black pigeon? It's iridescent actually, but here he comes. Come on. Come on. Oh, there's some crumbs there. That's a nice shot. Owl threesome. New EU law will fail without farmers, scientists warn. Mount Fuji views to be blocked as tourists overcrowd popular photo spot. Noise from traffic stunts grow of baby birds, study finds. Look at that. Noise from traffic, comma, stunts growth of baby birds, study finds. They really, I don't know. Labour says UK nature under threat and pledges to halt decline. Air quality monitors coming to BC towns after wildfire season asthma death. Am I wrong, or is that hard to read? Ouch. Try again. Air quality monitors coming to BC towns after boys wildfire season asthma death. After boys' death after wildfires. I don't like it. Pilot shocks airline stewardess with in-flight proposal en route to where they first met. Oh, so sweet, Grace. I like my proposal better. Just kidnap me. Put a bag over my head, maybe. Make it even more exciting. After I know it's you, then put a bag over my head. Don't just have someone put a bag over my head one day, please. Thank you, Grace. Where are we at? 29. Canadians react to Federal Housing Minister Taylor Swift's theme post urbanized. Have you gone to the Casper site, Grace? Municipalities near Calgary are hiring, and some offer $100K plus salaries. Former Blue Jays fan, favorite designated for a summit by White Sox. Five hottest new restaurants to check out in Calgary. New touring installation brings interactive color fun to downtown Calgary. This better be my touring, not some other weird touring. Okay. This has to do with the Turing test. Whatever. Looks like Nylander might be ready. Looks like Nylander might be ready to play after Leafs practice. Lower Mainland's deteriorating affordability, a major concern, BCREA. Blast into the past with these 5 exhibits at the military museums in Calgary. BC Premier David Eby to make announcement about public drug use. Yeah, already talked about it. I wonder if he provides any. Let's just take a quick little. Fuck that. Paris organizers take delivery of Olympic flame at Greek venue of first modern games. Public inquest scheduled in the death of 14-year-old who drowned in Regina Creek in 2015. I like this spot, Grace. Plus I'm sitting on concrete, so my ass is nice and cold. Public inquest scheduled in death of 14. Yeah, we did this. Imperial Oil marks Q1 production at Curl ahead of Trans Mountain start. It means nothing to almost everyone in Canada. Canada eliminated from mixed doubles. Yudu Han could have permission to visit the community for up to 5 days at a time. King Charles set to resume public duties after stepping away for cancer treatment. Child pornography charges laid against Alberta RCMP officer. Abin Olji signs to start going up as Bishop Grandin Boulevard fades into the past. A First Nation urges calm following state of emergency declaration. NASA discovered a planet twice as big as Earth with a gas that is only produced by life. Bullshit. See, it's produced mainly by life. Mainly. Why the fuck? Police issue update in the search for missing 16-year-old child of billionaire tech CEO. New study finally settles the debate of what is exactly the perfect movie length. Let's read that one. "92 minutes, yeah, I'm sure that's what people wrote down. Yep, 92. Not 90, not 95, but 92. Man recalls eerie encounter after he bought forgotten ghost town for $1.4 million. Nice. I'd love to buy a ghost town. That would be fun. I would do that. Can you lend me $1.4 million, Grace? Which would get you absolutely nothing in Vancouver, but people are just finding out what really happened to Tom from MySpace. True story that inspired murder mystery on Netflix with impressive Rotten Tomatoes scores. Swimmer films himself holding his breath for over 5 minutes as people saying he's not human. Reason you should never kill a spider in your own home. Astronaut reveals the real reason why no human has been to the moon in 50 years. Well, if you watch the Joe Rogan thing I posted, Grace, this will be interesting. Okay, blame the politicians. It has nothing to do with anything else. One Tree Hill star, Sophia Bush, officially comes out as queer, confirming a relationship with a soccer player. Wow. Someone came out of the closet. That is so shocking. I think, Grace, if I can get rid of all my sarcasm this way, then at least when I get on stage I won't be an asshole. Joe Biden joins Howard Stern for a surprise live interview. Says he's happy to debate Donald Trump. Rain in parts of Delhi brings respite from heat. Cloudy forecast for tomorrow. Rwanda bill mitigates against human rights. Alice Poll. The South thinks lessons from a road trip. Congress suspends for 6 years Surratt candidate whose nomination form was rejected. Congress leader refuses to be star campaigner. Have no answers to Muslims. Life science. China reveals most detailed geological map of the moon ever created. Actually, that should be on both sides. Never mind. Should we not have a 360 of the moon by now? – 1,430 ancient Roman graves scattered with funerary festival leftovers unearthed in southern France. Lavish 2,200-year-old tomb unearthed in China may be that of an ancient king. Imagine being an ancient king. Probably more fun than what King Charles is doing. If you're gonna be a king, be a king. King Charles. Maybe say something controversial just once before you die. Lasers reveal prehistoric Irish monuments that may have been pathways for the dead. laser? No, LiDAR. Tweak to Schrodinger's cat equation could unite Einstein's relativity and quantum mechanics study hints. Hint? We don't want hints. We want a fucking solution to gravity soon. Physicists have proposed modifications to the infamous Schrodinger's cat paradox that could help explain why quantum particles can exist in more than one state simultaneously, while large objects like the universe seemingly cannot. Unless there's a multiverse and it's just the exact same fucking thing. So they proposed a new solution. Well, let's get to it. Nope. World's thinnest gold leaf, dubbed Goldeny, is just 1 atom thick. Plato's burial place finally revealed after AI deciphers ancient scroll carbonization in Mount Vesuvius. Eruption. First self-driving car that lets you take your eyes off the road goes on sale in the US, and it's not a Tesla. China greenlights mass production of autonomous flying taxis with commercial flights set for 2025. Oh, someone's coming. Oh, he's going to look at the construction. Got a looky-loo. Cambridge scientists discover a simple twist that supercharges clean fuel generation. About time. Experimental a change in the, if you notice a change in the time, Grace. I had to stop the video because I accidentally took a video of myself and it looked absolutely gross, disgusting. Experimental NIH antibody protects children from malaria in clinical trial. Elevate your health. Stair climbing unlock as a key to longer life. Brain eating amoeba meets its match. Unusual giant virus discovered in Austria. Disturbing the deep. New research reveals that humans have intensely impacted Earth's hidden depths. Tiny robotic nerve cuffs could transform how we treat neurological conditions. Puzzling scientists for over 50 years, a holy grail chemical mystery has been solved. About fucking time. 50 years. why organic matter in water resists degradation. Funny that the oxidative well, they seem pretty excited about it. NASA astronauts land in Florida, ready for historic Boeing Starliner test flight. Cosmonauts complete spacewalk to install communication and corrosion equipment. Compact quantum light processing time-bending optical computing breakthrough. Quantum light processing. Ooh. Guy just fell off his bike. I missed it. I think he's okay. He didn't scream, so. Research that demonstrated a scalable method for quantum computing by successfully showing quantum interference among photons using temporal encoding, offering a potential path towards more accessible quantum technology. That's the kid that fell on his bike. Oh shit, you don't know about that. I had to stop my last video because I, again, accidentally took a photo of myself. And then yeah, never mind. Oh well. What are the best hotels in Midtown New York City, according to travel experts? Vitamin D shows hidden power that boosts cancer immunity. Man's unusual bacon habit blamed for migraines with terrifying parasitic cause. How much do you eat? Well, undercooked bacon. Fucking. If you don't cook your bacon, expect a parasite or two. Who wants uncooked bacon anyways? Oh, fuck. I'm getting a little grace. Concerning number of unqualified health influencers discovered on TikTok, no shit, and YouTube and Substack and every fucking where else on the internet. What are the best dog backpacks for carrying your pup? Not a good idea. Nearly 10,000 chemicals leaching from plastic containers into food. Alarming study reveals. You know what? 10,000 chemicals. Seems like a big number. All 10,000 in every piece of plastic? And why hasn't this killed us sooner? I don't know, maybe that's why I'm so stupid. The devastating emotional impact of having your dog stolen revealed. Well, beverage giants Coke and Pepsi driving worldwide plastic crisis. What is neotame? New artificial sweetener could damage human intestine. What is techno-optimism? Debunking the belief that technology can fix everything. Canada's population growth is exploding. Here's why. Because people are fucking. It's the only reason why. A whole bunch of Canadians dropping loads. As a professional demographer who carefully followed Canada's demographic evolution over the past 3 decades, I'm shocked by some of the most recent demographic data released by Statistics Canada. From 1991 through to 2015, the year in which the current government was first elected, what does that have to do with anything? The annual growth in Canada's population grew in a predictable manner at an average of roughly 320,000 persons per year. Wow, that's pretty good. Following 2015, that growth has rapidly accelerated, following a temporary dip in population growth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. That's where you think you would have got a lot. Alright, there. That should make Elon Musk happy. Canada's getting some babies on the planet. Andrew Evans, who want to boost birth rates, stop taxing mothers. Andrew Woodrick, Trudeau and Ford double down on wasteful corporate welfare with yet another EV deal. 4 great Golden State wines that prove Canadians' obsession with California is more than justified. Canada's big talker, a little doer, Romeo Dallaire, on the horrors of war and Canada's shrinking role in the world. Fair enough. We're gonna have a fucking army use it. The army's gonna get new guns, then fucking send them to the Ukraine. Put your money where your, or put your bodies where your mouth is, or put your bodies where your money is. Notice how the U.S. doesn't send troops? And I'll just say that's because in that will cause a world war. What's the difference? Watch them come back in a second. Into the pier. Can't get through that fence, ladies. And guy in wheelchair. Oh, they're gonna do Looky Loo too. It's interesting how many people look at the construction. I guess they don't see it every day. Well, I guess we're gonna do oh, there you go. Well, I can't read the news to you though. Which would you prefer, Grace? A tugboat pulling pulp? Do you like that, Grace? Look at that. Young couple in love. Isn't that cute? I'm more interested in that boat full of pulp. A, where did it come from? And B, where is it going? Actually, it might not be pulp. That might be, who the fuck knows?
So what projects are you working on besides watching TV?
I know. Oh, I get along.
Oh, I meant to get all the files.
Yeah, anyways. A day in the life of Dave. Ginny Roth, disregard citizen unhappiness at your own peril. Remind me to stop this at 25 minutes. Matthew, blah blah blah, why an Ontario chief librarian was fined for her thought crimes. There we go. Minority Report. Don't even think it. Attempts to ban and censor have become mainstream. A banned Books Week display is at Mott Haven branch of the New York Public Library in the Bronx Borough of New York City on Saturday, October 7, 2023. I mean, banned books are the best books. Make people think. Jim and Harry, the government's Indigenous child welfare law has noble intentions, but is atrocious legislation. Wow. Make a note. Don't ever use the word atrocious legislation in a joke, because I can't say it. Iran lies are as big as its insecurities. You know what? I'm pretty sure every fucking country on the planet lies through their fucking teeth. Nobody wants to look bad. I get it. But at some point, the honesty has to come out. I'm just saying, Grace. Scientists say they have found evidence of an unknown planet in our solar system. They're going to finally admit that. China masking military space programs as civilian. China masking military space programs as civilian, says NASA chief. According to the Joe Rogan episode yesterday, NASA is owned by China in the sense that China can blackmail NASA anytime they want. So then why would NASA say China is doing that? It's a very interesting question. Having fun yet? Let's try. I'm going to be running out of news here soon. Let's try World. Trump lawyers grill publisher in hush money case. Pentagon to rush Patriot missiles to Ukraine in $6 billion package. So, I mean, what's the difference? So because the Ukrainian pushes the button, that's the difference. That's the only difference. Who pushes the button? As some U.S. universities negotiate with pro-Palestine protesters, others quickly call the police. Negotiate with pro-Palestine protesters? What do they have to negotiate? Just let them fucking protest. It's called a human right. China hands are tied in fighting over U.S. TikTok. Biden says he's ready for election to be. King Charles' funeral plans reportedly being updated amid cancer battle. Can't remember if it's Harry or the other one that would be next. Baltimore Bridge collapse. UK, US, and Canada impose more sanctions on Iran after Israel attack. China and US should be partners, not rivals. Is that Z or Z-E? Tell us. Blinken. U.S. Supreme Court justices in Trump. The U.S. Supreme Court justices in Trump case signals some support for presidential criminal immunity. Haiti Prime Minister Ariel Henry resigns. Transitional Council takes power. Burkina Faso suspends BBC over HRW report on alleged mass killings. Yeah, mass killings. Don't want to report that. Harvey Weinstein's rape conviction is overturned by New York's top court. Does that mean he's getting out of jail? Gaza baby girl saved from dead mother's womb. Oh, yeah. Did that one. Ukraine's foreign minister sentenced in latest corruption investigation. Congress will not pursue marijuana banking reform through must-pass aviation bill, industry group says. Arizona takes major step toward repealing. Did that already. BC woman's journey to sobriety highlights need for drug treatment. There's lots of treatment centers in BC, and they're free. Free if you don't have any money. U.S. long-range missiles to Ukraine reignites German debate. Gaza Pier, U.S. begins building floating base to boost aid. See, it's fucking U.S. sending missiles over there too. Arizona indicates Trump allies over 2020 fake elector schemes. Greece, Spain will refuse to send Ukraine air defense systems. Blinken asked if China is meddling in U.S. elections. Here's his response. Gaza emergency officials present evidence of mass grave killings. Scientists say Oman, UAE, deluge, most likely linked to climate change. Russia vetoes UN vote on stopping arms race in outer space. Man convicted of involuntary manslaughter and father's drowning told police he was baptizing him. Kenyan military deployed as East Africa flood kills dozens. Leader of Colombia Gaza tent protests. Zionists don't deserve to live. Who's Tumaj? Now why Iran's government wants him dead? I think Iran wants everybody dead. Jamie Raskin slams Supreme Court over Trump immunity case, acting like a bunch of partisan operatives. No optics problem? No optics problem with pricey fundraising dinner. Told. Resolution 2728 is a binding council resolution. So they're kind of boring. London horses, most cavalry horses to return to duty in due course. U.S. 17 other countries urge Hamas to release hostages, end Gaza crisis. A big mistake. Ex-Trump White House lawyers react to Trump's mention of Charlottesville. Trump complains about cold courthouse, missing Melania's birthday. Germany, China envoy summoned by Beijing over spying claims. MSNBC accidentally airs the truth. stuck in BC. BC United facing political wipeout as Conservative surge poll. Rubberized trail in Burnaby Central Park now complete. I've walked on that trail. It's quite nice. Used tourist haste. Yeah, I did that one. BC law student faces allegations of misconduct with inmate. Let's find out what this misconduct was. That lady snuck up on me. I didn't see her standing there. I wonder. I don't care. Discuss smuggling contraband. Citation alleges. Rahul Wadhira faces 3 allegations from the Law Society BC for allegedly. Try this again. Airplane applause break. Airplane applause break. continuation from yesterday. Common blood pressure drug increased lifespan and slows aging in animals. I'm an animal, so I'm not sure a worm is an animal, but the hypertension drug Rilumabidi has been shown to slow down aging in worms. An effect that in humans could hypothetically help us live longer and keep us healthier in our later years. So they're giving this drug to worms. Previous research whether this translates to human biology. Yeah, exactly. Worms to humans? Weird. China's S1 robot impresses with its human-like speed and precision. Well, we're just seeing robots left and right these days, aren't we? Yep, the era of humanoid robots seems to flourish. The new models being developed and trained at exceptional speeds. Astrobot. Aristobot would be better. Mendes DNA test, not prepared for what comes back. Unusually high. In the quiet of Frog Lake. In the quiet of Frog Lake. In Alberta, Canada, designer and content creator Jory Washercat. Neanderthal. Astonishing amount of Neanderthal. Well, there's an astonishing amount that his parents should have it as well, no? I don't know, Grace. New method to cut waste from drug production. Where does consciousness come from? It could all be vibrations. Invisible vibrations. Why is my awareness here while yours is over there? Why is the universe split in two for each of us, into the subject and an infinity of objects? Study explores growing use of they, them pronouns. What's next for the man who lived in Stanley Park for 30 years? Possible bowhead whale sighting in Sitka Sound raises questions. In late March, your local whale biologist spotted something out of place in Sitka Sound. She's still having a hard time believing it, but pictures suggest an incredibly rare sighting, a juvenile bowhead whale. In late March, marine biologist Ellen Chenoweth was out doing something she's done dozens of times before, looking for whales. Social media hurts girls' mental health and education potential, says UNESCO report. Well, I'll admit, Grace, when I'm on the train, standing, and someone's sitting, looking at their phone, I look at what they're looking at too. And it's public, so And I noticed, or in fact, the other day I noticed, I noticed a girl or a young woman, whatever, looking at her phone, and it's just food picture after food picture, or food video after food video of eating. That was very strange. She wasn't a big girl. And just picture after picture. General purpose humanoid is faster on the uptake, works for longer. No kidding. State the obvious. Why societies grow more fragile and vulnerable to collapse as time passes. Light brought to a halt in quantum breakthrough. Scientists have achieved the impossible sounding feat of bringing light to a standstill, a breakthrough that could pave the way for new lasers and quantum light sources. Tesla could start selling Optimus robots by the end of next year, Musk says. The end of 2025. Okay. Just probably waiting until you can get Neuralink hooked up to them. Which should be pretty easy for him, I would say. Get yourself a Neuralink and an Optimus. And if you're paralyzed, if the Neuralink can't cure that, then the Optimus can be your caregiver. See? Leon's gonna take over the world. Deciphered Herculaneum. Papyrus reveals precise burial place of Plato. Well, that would be fun. Let's go dig them up. High precision blood glucose level prediction achieved by few molecule reservoir computing. Few molecule. Breakthrough. Rare gene mutation offers clue. You did that. What are microplastics doing to human health? Scientists work to connect the dots. We have a history. All the old stuff there, Grace. Scientists uncover surprising reversal in quantum systems. Bureaucratic hurdles endanger Afghanistan aid, advocates worry. Evident queer history, how a yearbook quote made national news in 1985. I was around in 1985, I don't remember this. A gay high school student's yearbook quote was rejected by the school for being too controversial. The quote underneath states, "My ambition is to attend U of A and obtain my educational degree. I plan eventually to settle down in a quiet suburb with a tall, rich companion." Only pinned down in simple terms here to get south and tall, rich. Oh, Ian wanted to pin down a simple dream in his yearbook quote. To eventually settle down in a quiet suburb with a tall, rich, hunky man with a bushy mustache. 1985, blah, blah, blah. Ontario to tighten regulations on cell phone use in schools. Russian missiles pound Ukrainian thermal power stations in escalating campaign. Again, missiles. What I want to know, Grace, I could probably search if I wasn't so lazy. So many ground troops are on the ground on both sides, fighting with guns and pistols. Planning a summer trip to Quebec's Magdalen Islands, you have to pay up. Nothing's free in Quebec. 2024 UPM Pentathlon World Cup Men's Final in Budapest. Sarah Milton second at Shushua Diamond League despite not being a coaster. BC man captures video of two bears cubs waking up for winter slumber. Wow. Can't read, Grace. Take a break. When Serge Wolf found a potential bear den on his property in Prince George, BC, he set up a camera in the hopes of filming the animal. Months later, he got footage of two cubs waking up from their winter break along with their mom. You got bears living in Prince George? Sorry, no song, Grace. Do not disturb on. Unilad. Chilling footage shows tsunami that took the lives of thousands of people across 14 countries. Antiques Roadshow guest receives mind-blowing appraisal for pearl necklace with a secret history. Aaron Carter's twin reveals why she thinks 3 of her 4 siblings died so young. Britney Spears unexpectedly settles legal battle with father Jamie, and there's a shocking outcome. Marvel directors respond to Robert Downey Jr. saying he would happily return. Police issue update in the search for missing 16-year-old child of billionaire CEO. U.S. brazen no to Zelensky's desperate demand. Biden pressures EU allies. Russia, Patriot missiles. Lebanon moves towards accepting top 5 games to play with ChatGPT. Retro adventures to Pokédex GPT Pokemon battles. This would be good, Grace. Let's see how we can get rid of our boredom. Interesting, Grace. IMD alert. Heatwave to persist in South India. Gangetic, West Bengal, and some other place. NASA Artemis mission 8 important things to know about returning humans to the moon. For a second, it looked like they put returning in quotation marks there. Eyes aren't working yet. Low intensity exercise linked to educated depression. Low intensity exercise linked to reduced depression. Low intensity. A pair of leased GMs are now in nightmare job scenarios. Richmond Night Market, Best Food and Drinks 2024. Study finds deaths during pregnancy in U.S. are not surging. Overestimated records reveal. Are the best hotels in Midtown? Tipflation is real. Average American feels pressured to tipping extra $500 each year. 32 times lasers revealed hidden forts and settlements from centuries ago. What is a flint against steel start a fire? Traces of hallucinogenic plants and chili peppers found in Maya Bala Court suggest rituals took place there. I bet they did. PTSD tied to 95 risk hotspots in genome. How long does it take to sequence a genome these days, Grace? Do you know that? If you do, let me know. New UTI vaccines ward off infection for years. Early study just suggests. Well, how many vaccines are we going to have? What, 1 million? Blood test powered by AI could catch osteoarthritis 8 years earlier than X-ray. Early data show. Ancient Roman grave scatters with funerary lavish 2200-year-old king unearthed in China. Maybe that of a lavish 2200-year-old tomb unearthed in China. Maybe that of the lavish 2000-year-old tomb unearthed in China. Maybe that of ancient king. Brighton, 64, in critical care after unusual shark attack in Tobago. The weekly wrap. The Liberals are wounded and the sharks are circling. Glorifying the barbarity of October 7th should rightly be condemned. The best comments from the Hub's readers this week. Scientists uncover surprising efficiency of messy supercapacitors. I'm going to take a break, Grace. I'm going to go read this outside. Alright, Grace. I moved outside. I can get some fresh air and smoke. See if it makes a difference. Tornadoes rock Nebraska and Iowa. McLean accuses Calgary third-party advertiser of whipping votes. Adam Zevo, safer supply clients selling most of their free opioids, addiction workers say. Plus here I get guaranteed applause breaks. In my room, not so much. California mom accidentally invites 437 people to child's first birthday. Holy shit, that's a lot of cake. Chris Sally, Canada's Supreme Court Justice. Hang on, I gotta read this. It's not the story I was looking for. Remember the Balloonhead Sora video? It wasn't all AI generated after all. Russian missiles pound power plants in central western Ukraine. Another day, another car fire in Montreal. Islanders concerned as inevitable decriminalization. Burnaby residents petition against. Burnaby isn't exactly the against BC's transit-oriented housing rules. What happens if you don't pay your taxes on time? How renters can get financially ahead without owning a home. Posters promoting steel from Loblaws Day are circulating. Posters promoting steel from Loblaws Day no idea what this is about. New Air Canada seat selection fee pause following backlash. Hot deal. You can get direct flights from Maui to Vancouver for Peregrine Falcon laced. You have to find some better news sources, Grace. Owners of abandoned Tim Hortons seek damages from Region. Boy, Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons are on my shit list. New type of hydrogen discovered by mistake. The dirtiest energy on the planet. Dear Diary, inside the thoughts of a Canadian Food Inspection Agency has filed numerous charges against an Enderby man. RCMP officers assaulted during a traffic stop in Selkirk, Manitoba. Robert Leibenbach, bonjour, hi, and the French decline in Quebec. How to double your CPP income? That's what I need. Grace, how can I double my CPP income? Well, afraid it's too late if you already have it. And delaying to 70 won't work. Time warps. When you work out, study. Old MacDonald had a drone inside farming's tech boom. A contentious development in Fintry will go to public hearing. West Kelowna News. Alright. That's a Loblaws news for some reason. Sony paint the explosion of color that covered the Glasgow estate. Here's a fast one. Habs mailbag. Is there a magic formula for Canadians making playoffs? Man fined 10K for poaching grizzly bear in Kootenays. This Toronto artist repurposed AGO picket signs for his art. $4-liter jug of vodka not enough? The 19-liter Saskatchewan Mickey may be for you. 19 liters. This is a good place to go if I'm desperate for applause. City of Toronto to step up enforcement of dangerous dog orders. Footprints of giant trodontid dinosaur found in China. Look at that one. Can't see, Grace. Does that look like feathers to you? Randall Denley. Unions see to it that Ontario students don't have enough teachers. Nova Scotia mom calls for better ultrasound access after private clinic reveals twins. He gaslit me. Are you sure? 6 therapy speak terms you're misusing. Well, this should be good, Grace. Now we got something. Gaslighting is one of the most commonly misused terms. Therapists are sharing the therapy speak terms almost everyone gets wrong. Others weaponize these. Gaslighting. Gaslighting is one of the most commonly misused terms, according to experts. It's a manipulation tactic, often seen in abusive relationship dynamics in which one person gradually makes the other question their own judgment, memories, emotions, and reality in order to maintain the upper hand in the relationship. It's a serious issue with significant psychological consequences, so it's important for folks to understand its true meaning. New York City therapist Keanu Jackson of the Expanse Group told HuffPost, but these days, some people are far too quick to slap a gaslighter label on anyone who disagrees with their point of view. But these days, some people are far too quick to slap a gaslighter label on anyone who disagrees with their point of view. If one partner sees something from a different perspective, it doesn't mean they're gaslighting you, Florida therapist says. Sometimes behaviors that are labeled gaslighting are actually genuine disagreements, misunderstandings, or typical relationship conflicts. Jackson added. Jackson? Sometimes behavior triggered. Yeah, I hate that one. Triggered. Trigger is something that sets off a strong. Apparently, I can get triggered by the word triggered. But to be fair, I'm just expressing my opinion. Just like it says there. A trigger can take someone out of the present moment and transport their mind to the past, leading them to re-experience the trauma and its aftermath, she said. For example, someone who lived through a house fire might experience a flashback or panic attack when they smell smoke or hear a fire alarm beeping. But now people often use trigger in a casual conversation as a way to describe any situation that elicits a negative reaction, however mild. People tend to misuse the term and say they are triggered by commonplace experience that they simply do not like. Some folks may say they're triggered as a tactic to end that conversation. It's often used to get someone to stop discussing the subject simply because you don't want to address an issue, Morin says. I could actually walk to another location. There's no reason for me to stay here. But on the other hand, there's no rain, so there's no rain here. I'm covered. In therapy, trauma refers to deeply distressing experiences that overwhelm a person's ability to cope. Wait, still trauma, okay. Well, trauma is an individual emotion. Narcissist, well, we all know I'm a narcissist, right, Grace? I think we confirmed that the other day. Boundaries, I clearly have no boundaries whatsoever. Setting boundaries is about honoring your own needs. It's not about controlling someone else's behavior. You might recall the alleged text between Dr. Jonah Hill and his former girlfriend, surfer Sarah Brady, that she posted on her Instagram last year. And then he asked her to stop surfing with men and posting bathing suit pictures on social media. Among other things, under the guise of respecting his boundaries for romantic partnership. Boundaries are setting limits to what you are personally willing to do or tolerate. Just need to set those boundaries really early on. I put on a toque to warm up, Grace. My hand's so cold I can't scroll. Maybe I don't exist. And by the way, I would say every every psychological term is being misused. Every single one is so fucking generic. Starbucks is making a big change that will make some people very happy and others not so much. Got to figure out what this is. Will we be happy about this, Grace, or not? Will it affect my Starbucks points? With more than 36,000 stores in 84 markets worldwide, when Starbucks makes a change, it has a tremendous impact. Edible straws. This past weekend, I stopped by Starbucks to get my usual hot grande mocha with oat milk, no whip. As I was waiting for my coffee, I noticed that the ice drinks were all served in clear plastic cups, while my hot mocha was served in paper cups. Putting two and two together, I quickly realized that there were a lot of used Starbucks cups headed straight to the dump. After millions of customers finished their drinks. Alright. Oh, for fuck's sake. Starbucks recently announced less plastic. Oh. I guess we'll never know, Grace. Trip to Iceland leaves travelers shocked at food prices compared to Canada. It's no secret a lot of us have been struggling with the high cost of food lately. Scientists say they've discovered, and did that. BC needs affordable, dependable energy choices as hydroelectricity supply dwindles. I doubt it's dwindling. New type of energy we have just discovered, turquoise, and we're going to produce it. A new type of energy we just discovered. Over my head. Are heat pumps the future of residential and commercial heating? Yes. A room of her own, Mona Lisa. 64. Yeah, they weren't that funny, those tweets. We did that one. I think I need 50 minutes. Balcony fall death in Toronto. Murder charges laid. Gaza student protest demonstrators dig in as faculties condemn university leadership. Mixed reviews as BC significantly rolls back drug decriminalization. I wonder if anyone's actually done a proper story. I don't think they have. Police ask for witnesses after fatal stabbing in White Rock Tuesday. Communitech Mars won't join other innovation groups in pushing Ottawa to stop capital gains hike. Stuck in BC Lagoon for weeks. Crash closes Highway 400 in both directions near Cookstown. This really isn't the latest news, but let's try. Let's get some tech news. Exploration of lesbian fiction from the 50s and 60s asks how much has changed, really. It's a bit of a shitty podcast, Grace. Sorry. Apple renews talks to add OpenAI's technology into iOS 18. You want one? There you go, Grace. Fuck decriminalization. I just gave a joint to someone. All you have to do is say smells nice. Oh, that feeling. Alright. Massive Best Buy weekend sale is live. Here's 21 deals I'd get on OLED TVs, headphones, laptops, and more. Listed follow for next gen upgrade. Best Apple Watch deal. Score 25% off an Apple Watch Series 9 at Amazon. Top 25 rated Amazon clothing picks for spring. Many people say their Apple ideas were inexplicably reset last night. Get your shots. Fucking fuck that. New mobile app download. Well, Grace, I think this one's done. Oh, final applause break. Now, if the police went by, then that would be a standing ovation. Well, it seems like I'm 8 minutes short, so. YouTube Shorts or news? Let's do 8 minutes of YouTube Shorts. Oh yeah, this guy, he's a real asshole. Alright, turn off Do Not Disturb.
This Keystone Kappa's got some serious problems. This guy and his buddy were out peacefully recording on a public sidewalk. That's when this wannabe Metro nerd decided he was just gonna go all psycho.
What are you doing? You're putting your hands up?
This guy literally tried to handcuff him within seconds.
This is a public sidewalk, bro.
Just standing in the
I'm on a
sidewalk.
public
Right
sidewalk,
there.
bro. Yes, I am. I'm on a public sidewalk. Call the police.
Private property, please.
Anyways, it was public. Not wannabe cop is a psycho.
Hey man,
Just Nate.
your sign says hungry. Do you want something to eat?
Yeah, that'd be great.
What would you like?
Well, a cheeseburger sounds good.
Okay. Where from?
Wendy's is
Wendy's?
great, but that's all right.
I would love to do that. How big do you want?
About a triple.
A triple?
Hard fried.
I have tents and sleep.
Fortunately, I can't afford to do that. Having to go joints is the best I can do.
Can't come back here, man. Stay on the public sidewalk, not on the private property.
This is our property.
Whose property is it?
Okay.
Where do
Who
you
pays for it?
Where do you live? If you're not a resident of Robbinsville, you don't pay for it.
This is how this works. I ask the
Don't tell me how
questions.
to do my job, please. You're not allowed back here.
I'm doing a story.
Okay.
You can't do that.
What story are you doing?
Man. I wouldn't say dumb cop, I'd say pissy cop. Pissy attitude.
27.
Home run.
Heck happened to your wall?
Let's roll, motherfucker.
Not here directly, but yeah. What is the head wrap that you have?
Is that a hijab?
It's a hijab? I paid like $30 for one of those last night.
I didn't defy every...
That's me in the gym, Grace. This should be good. I've got a pretty good feed today. Sometimes YouTube knows, sometimes it doesn't. Come on. Definitely wouldn't do that with an elastic band.
Meat is a good.
Dear Grace, eugenics on steroids, the toxic and contested legacy of Oxford's Future of Humanity Institute. The world's first non-polluting combustion engine, 440 horsepower and only water vapor. Scientists are shaking up lithium extraction with a different kind of chemistry. Stop using your face or thumb to unlock your phone. China unveils Tiangong, first fully electric humanoid robot capable of running at 6 kilometers an hour. New study suggests gut microbiome. We've heard that. I am the incarnation of Canadian decline. Inside the thoughts of Tim Hortons pizzas. Spacecraft approaches metal object zooming around Earth. Snaps footage. Can't clean up Earth, but you can clean up space. Elon Musk makes unannounced visit to China. Pause break. BBC presenter's likeness used in advert after film tricked by AI generated voice. Bowhead whale still harmed from whaling that ended a century ago. Your grandparents' diet could still be affecting you and your kids' health. Baltimore teachers accused of using AI to create fake, racist recording of principal. Baltimore teacher accused of using AI to create fake, racist recording of principal. Fuck's sake. Automated machine learning robot unlocks new potential for genetics research. The presence of microplastics in archaeology sites could prompt industry rethink. Calls for plant-based alternatives to be labeled with warning signs. Meet the Humanoids, 8 robots ready to revolutionize work. Fuck out there. Two kids, no car. How this Vancouver saves $8,000 annually going car-free. Physicist explains quantum mechanics. How about physicist poorly explains quantum mechanics? Shuttle built by New Brunswick students not responding a week after entering Earth's orbit. The science isn't there. Do dating apps really help us find our soulmate? Voyager 1 is still bringing us surprises from the very edge of our solar system. Our scientists are preparing for unnerving close brush with Earth. Superfood protein pulled out of thin air massively scales up production. Magnetic with a pinch of hydrogen. Research team develops new ideas to improve the properties of blah blah blah. Gravity might reverse or undo the Big Bang, according to 5,000 robots. We read that yesterday. Still don't fucking understand it. Shit. Fight the rising tide of hunger. Clean up space junk, but after Gaza backsliding of counterterrorism narrative, the 6 skills women need to master in communication in business. In communication business, just fucking lie. Dubai begins work on world's largest airport terminal. Everybody loves women, especially when they're voting. Women's Guide, empowering tips to achieve healthy work-life balance. Cod stock reassessment prompts calls from producers to end moratorium. Brothers carve out stone lifting community in Edmonton. Start a podcast. Stone lifting. Okay. Your car could be stolen. Timeshare scams. CBC's marketplace cheat sheet. What you can do to prepare for wildfire evacuations now. Retracting study celebrates citizen science in Alberta's grizzly country. I went for coffee, Grace. We'll see if I'm less grumpy. Probably not. Ontario Vineyard offers wine in reused bottles cleaned by Kitchener Company. How common chemicals, including those in bed sheets, can boost eczema risk. Jupiter may be the reason why Earth has a moon. Can humans see ultraviolet light? Probably some. Eclipse from space. Paths of 2024 and 2017 eclipses collide over U.S. in new satellite image. We did all these ones, Grace. Find some new food sources, news sources, and food sources. Evolution versus engineering. Why can't robots outrun animals? Keeping telomeres in their place. Scientists link small changes in facial and brain structures to low, moderate prenatal alcohol exposure. The big quantum chill. Scientists modify common lab refrigerator to cool faster with less energy. A skin deep wound that can trigger gut bacteria changes. The anxious generation wants to save teens. The anxious generation wants to save teens, but the bestseller's anti-tech logic is skewed. Best evil robot you can buy. Robson's Megatron auto transformers via voice command. That's what I need. An evil robot. NASA veterans propellantless propulsion drive defies laws of physics. 6 days ago. Toronto police searching for arson suspect. Ontario tightens rules on cell phone use, bans vaping in schools. Good luck banning anything. Russia arrests 2 more journalists, reports. McGill protesters set up first anti-Israel encampment in Canada. Capital gains tax changes. Take 2. 2:51 p.m. Waiting at the bus stop. Now I have something to do while I wait. Read news to Grace. Groundbreaking lunar farm. Groundbreaking lunar farm shows plants can grow on the moon. Synthetic diamonds made in minutes, not days, could upend gemstone economics. Researchers reconstruct landscapes that greeted the first humans in Australia around 65,000 years ago. Downtown Vancouver, Hudson's Bay faces ongoing challenges, making light of gravity. NASA still doesn't understand root cause of Orion heat shield issue. Time to replace NASA. Misconduct hearing for former PC Randeep Fall. Large Hadron Collider experiment zeroes in on magnetic monopoles. I've read that 3 times by now. Challenging biologists. Island Group teaching people how to grow and find food instead of buying it. Bus is here. And it's a double-decker. Take 3, maybe 4. I don't call anymore. Back to the noisy place. No place to sit. McGill protesters set up first anti-Israel encampment in Canada. Let's refresh this. France marks National Day of Mourning. I just realized I'm sitting right above a nest. Yeah, crow built a nest right above a bench. Or he's building, I'm not sure. He's gone now, so he won't shit in my head. Hopefully. Oh, I just found a dime. Do you like hearing every single thought in my head? But I did really just find a dime. Can't make this shit up. Richmond crime. A homicide team called home. Time to sell your investment property. Yes. Get rid of that. Woman drives wrong way on Highway 99, causes head-on crash. Surrey RCMP. Calgary police, hit-and-run driver likely unaware of man he drove over. Oshawa man charged with indecent exposure. Edmonton man killed in motorcycle crash near Sherwood Park. Very optimistic, officials say. It's very likely orphan calf will find old or new family. The world is struggling with plastic pollution. Canada is no exception. You know, the funny thing is you don't actually see it. I'm not saying it's not loaded in the oceans and landfills, but I don't think landfills are a problem. Maybe they are. What the fuck do I know? Balcony fall death in Toronto, murder charges laid. Let's try for me. Peachland Council's new code of conduct policy is almost in place. Safer Supply clients selling most of their free opioids. Addiction workers say, oh, Safer Supply, yeah. Metro couple upset with Quebec health system after waiting for hours for a doctor who had left. Oil going down while China's energy mix and emissions doing a backflip. It's a video of a squirrel, Grace. It's hanging from the tree. Is that exciting? I'm determined to finish this recording even though it's not going well. The boring phone. Stressed out Gen Z ditch smartphones for dumb phones. Through a narcissists objectify their children. Oh boy, these are all boring. Psychology and the psychology and philosophy of karma. Is karma a firm basis for morality? Karma is the law of cause and effect extended to humans. Karma theory is echoed in Plato and even in the Bible. Hindus and Buddhists are keen to ensure that karma theory is more than an appeal to naked self-interest. Well, I would say if karma is a thing, it doesn't stretch across lifetimes. It's my opinion, Grace. A Nobel laureate walks into a first-year physics class. Social cost of alcohol addiction in Canada outweighs government revenue by $6 billion. Huh? How do you measure a social cost? Canada's alcohol deficit increased by 122% in real dollar terms between 2007 and 2020. And reached a high of 6.4 billion in 2020. Again, how did they calculate net social costs from alcohol use for 19 billion? Healthcare, people missing work, and criminal justice costs. 19 billion? I wonder how much of that is the criminal justice costs. So they're including every cop that's ever pulled over a DUI. I don't know. I guess I could just keep reading. Yeah, sorry, but I don't think you can put a financial number on that. Let's try, but people's choice. And if they wanted to cut the costs, they could create some better treatment facilities. What they need is a treatment facility where you can go in sober or not sober, your choice. I'll talk more about that another time, Grace. $4,000% boost. Eco-friendly hydrogen on the horizon. Trying to develop its very own Neuralink. Neural cyber brain interface comes from a nanotechnology firm. Dave also seems to be fine for now. Some of these writers are real. A gyroscope has failed the Hubble Space Telescope again. Scientists reveal little-known volcano fact about New Zealand. The robot uses AI to mimic human facial expressions. Opinion: a simple act of defiance can improve science for women. Don't wear your bra to work. No, that's probably not the one they're talking about. They don't tell you beforehand that it will be a choice between having a career in science or starting a family. But that's the message I heard loud and clear 17 years ago in my first job after completing my PhD in evolutionary biology. Sorry, might have been a little pause there. Let me stop reading that one. Invasive species. Could herds of wild pigs spread into Metro Vancouver? That would be cool. Wild pigs came to Metro Vancouver. I think I would search them out. "20 fun things to do in Vancouver this week, April 29th to May 5th. Should I do all of these fun things, Grace? Let's take a look. West Coast Wedding Show. Don't really need that when you get married the first day you meet guy, but we'll see if that happens. I do have one revision for my perfect date, Grace. I need to knock you up before I marry you. So I'm gonna have to slip that in there somewhere. Pardon the pun. We're flipping the calendar over to new month, and we're ready to start things off with some fun. From TJ Festival to Got Craft Spring Market, Justin Timberlake and more. Here, I don't think I can afford Justin Timberlake. Here are 20 fun events to check out from April 29th to May 5th. Be sure to check out our listed section for more fantastic things happening around town. And to stay up to date on everything happening in Metro Vancouver, BC and beyond, sign up for our newsletters. I'm just going to read now, Grace. What? Celebrating the multiculturalism of the city and highlighting Taiwanese food. In particular, TJ Fest is a highly anticipated annual event celebrating its 12th year this May. Jane's Walk, Vancouver 2024. What? The annual Jane's Walk Festival, a series of free citizen-led walking tours, will take place throughout Vancouver from May 2nd to 5th. Hundreds of cities host Jane's Walks events on the first weekend of May each year, with architects, community gardeners, artists, neighbors, and more hosting the walking conversations. The Wellness Studio at Bentel Center. Celebrate Mental Health Awareness Month with classes and workshops hosted in partnership with 13 of Vancouver's leading wellness and fitness studios. Whether you're yearning for yoga, searching for strength classes, or gearing up for guided meditation and mental health talks, there's something for everyone to enjoy at the Wellness Studio. Justin Timberlake is kicking off the Forgot Tomorrow World Tour at Rogers Arena this month, the NSYNC singer's first tour in 5 fucking years. Funny Falafels. Enjoy a night of comedy. Ooh, that sounds good. Enjoy a night of comedy at Little Mountain Gallery from a lineup of mostly POC and Middle Eastern comedians. POC. I don't know what POC is. We'll leave you laughing no matter what type of funny you relate to. Presented in the Raccoon Room. Filipino Restaurant Month in Vancouver. What? Filipino Restaurant Month in Canada was created as a new way to promote and support the many establishments in the country serving Filipino cuisine, in addition to highlighting the skills of Filipino chefs and their use of cultural specific ingredients. I have a really funny Filipino joke, but I'm going to not say it. I'll save it for the stage. Sorry, Grace. You want to sound like a snake? Snake in the woods. Got Craft Spring Market. What? Vancouver's biggest indie craft fair is back for another weekend of community connection and mindful shopping. And there's something for everyone to enjoy at the Got Craft Spring Market. Vancouver Opera's Carmen. That's pretty self-explanatory. 21 Savage, The American Dream Tour. The American Dream Tour celebrates 21 Savage, third studio album of the same name, which debuted at the top of the Billboard 200. He also has 11 Grammy nominations on the strength of hits like Rich Flex and Spin Boat You. I'm so out of touch. Jurassic Quest. What? The biggest dinosaur exhibit in North America is returning to Vancouver, Abbotsford in 2024. The incredible experience includes lifelike dinosaurs, dinosaur rides, live dinosaur shows, bounce houses, inflatable attractions, and more. Some dinosaurs even walk around and interact with the guests, giving you a small taste of what it would be like if these creatures still roamed the earth. I hope they roam. I hope they roam the earth again. What? Western Canada's largest documentary film festival is returning for its 23rd edition with a crucial and thought-provoking lineup. DOXA, Documentary Film Festival, will screen over 80 films. Actually, this sounds kind of good. Cost varies. Let's see how much it's going to cost us. You can get in for under $10. I'll take you, Grace. Festival pass, $195 fucking dollars? Not a chance. Yeah, might as well just go see a real movie. Teen Angst Night at Fox Cabaret. Teen Angst is a comedic reading series where brave performers share the most embarrassing parts of their teenage notebooks for the audience's entertainment. I could do that and just make up a bunch of shit. No one would know the difference. Rosewood Home and Condos closing down sale. How the fuck is that an event? Royal Canadian International Circus. No, we're still doing circuses. Vancouver Art Gallery free first Friday nights. Harrison Tulip Festival. The Harrison Tulip Festival, a massive Onus Farm floral celebration in Agassiz. I Know Your Secret. What? Some Assembly Theatre Company presents I Know Your Secret, a theatrical, psychological thriller that explores themes of social influence and the dangers of social media. The production also features comedic elements and original music and was created by a diverse cast of Metro Vancouver youth, along with playwright and director Valerie Methot. International Dance Day at the Dance Center. This is what we need to do, Grace. We need to dance. The Dance Center celebrates International Dance Day with free performances, studio showings, and more. Full details on all the fun will be announced closer to the big day. forget how much time I need, but I think it's a good 30 minutes. Pearl Jam, Dark Matter World Tour. What? Rock and Roll Hall of Famers Pearl Jam are bringing the Dark Matter World Tour to Rogers Arena Saturday, May 4th and Sunday, May 6th. Huh? You may have some calculation issues there. Saturday, May 4th and Sunday, May 6th. So it's either 5th and 6th or 4th and 5th. But I wouldn't know. Just saying. Nobody's fucking checking this shit. ChatGPT wouldn't have made that mistake. The Grammy Award winners from Seattle are known for their smash hit albums like 10 and the Vitology, and for memorable songs like Jeremy, Better Man, and Last Kiss. These are all they are on the road to play hits from their 12th studio album, Dark Matter. Dream Tomorrow Today. What? Science World invites guests to explore an immersive interactive exhibit while learning how STEAM can help make a positive future. All ages will delight in hands-on and full-body activities, including augmented reality, AR, tiles, a weaving house, and a glowing ball pit lake. That's it, Grace. Like most of those I can't really afford to do, but DeepMind researchers propose naturalized execution tuning next, a self-training machine learning algorithm method, same thing, that drastically improves LLM's ability to reason about code execution. Understanding and reasoning about program execution is a critical skill for developers. No shit. Yeast study offers possible answer to why some species are generalists and others are specialists. A new use for old concrete to revolutionize carbon capture. Canadians getting sick and tired trying to cut food costs. Study. China's space station was hit by space junk. Air purifying pothos plants work almost 30 times better with microbial boost. Chinese jets fly sorties over Taiwan Strait to show a force as U.S. delegation departs. Can three body problems planet orbit exist? That was a great fucking show. Paleontologists discover massive dinosaur. Paleontologists discover massive dinosaur tracks in China, hinting at one of the largest known raptors. Reykjavik is calling young Canadians can now apply to live and work in Iceland. Fuck that. I'm not young, but I'll apply. If you're a young person, I'll just accidentally change my birthday. Iceland for a year. Certain citizens? A simple renovation project unearthed a grave filled with flabbergasting treasures. A simple renovation project unearthed a grave filled with flabbergasting treasures. Any word I can't say. K-Mac explains the Big Bang to John Green. Apple is forging a path towards more ethical generative AI, something sorely needed in today's ethical? What's been unethical about AI? Oh, copyright Wild West? Efficient gene knockout and genetic interaction screening using the IN4MER CRISPR/Cas12a multiplex. Australian swimmers to use China doping case as fuel for Paris. So why is there a cricket bat there? Heatwave grips country as Lok Sabha holds entry key stage. Why Constitution bench case is key for future of property rights. Yeah, they're just using that photo for everything. Heatwave to continue. How cancer research is revolutionizing Lyme disease treatment. New findings under 7 millennia of human history in northern Arabia's lava tubes. New findings are human history or Earth history? Wake Up and Die. New brain cell discovery could unblock Alzheimer's secrets. But they really are working on the Alzheimer thing. This uncommon process is more frequently observed in neurodegenerative diseases and could offer insights into disease mechanism. This uncommon process is more frequently observed in neurodivergent diseases and could offer insight into disease mechanisms. I'm not sure I'll ever fucking get on stage there, Grace. Can't fucking talk. This week at NASA, Boeing Starliner pre-launch Earth Day celebration, Dragonfly rotorcraft mission. How about releasing all past files, data, documents, and fucking everything to do with NASA? Release all that. That would be a much better thing to do. Defying climate change. Yellowstone's lake ice isn't melting like others. Unveiling the dawn of complex life. How simple creatures set the stage for human evolution. A simple creature. Severe morning sickness. Effective strategies for diagnosis and treatment. Well, I would hope you don't have any morning sickness, Grace, but... Severe morning sickness, avoiding cannabis. I can't imagine cannabis makes morning sickness worse, but who knows? I'm not a woman. Just saying. NASA confirms revolutionary Dragonfly mission to explore Saturn's moon. Environment, The Guardian. Taxing big fossil fuel firms could raise $900 billion and climate finance by 2030. Teenager finds Holy Grail Lego octopus from 1997 spill off Cornwall coast. What? Finds Holy Grail Lego octopus from 19... Sorry, that doesn't make any sense. The Lego's been out there for a little while. It's interesting. Finally, some fucking interesting news. Yeah, I'm done with the calf too. Exotic spiders flourishing in Britain. Yeah, I did that one. Sneeze break or applause break? Alright, I think we're done with deadly gender bias. Women with heart disease less likely to receive life-saving drugs. How do stars evolve? Rare discovery brings more clarity to space mystery. Most Americans say their life is professionally organized. Most Americans say their life is professionally organized, but personally chaotic. Deaths. What are the best? Yeah. Old shit. How common chemicals, including those in bed. Need some news stories, Grace. Jim Carrey says there's one film he regrets making. This might be interesting. Might be The Mask. That movie. Sure, I've seen it, I just don't remember it. Antique Roadshow guest receives mind-blowing appraisal for pearl necklace with a secret history. Boss fires 3 employees working from home after checking their call logs. What's next for X and Elon Musk in 2024? 3 months ago? Jesus. There's some new news. Cross your fingers. Let's hope we get something good. It's fucking getting boring. Quebec wants to force Netflix, Disney Plus to show more French content. We'll have to find something new to talk about. We read all the news, Grace. Burnaby's Crystal Mall. Medical emergency sparks large response. Medical emergency sparks large. Clearly, I can't read. Medical emergency sparks large emergency response at Burnaby's Crystal Mall. Police, firefighters, and police, firefighters, and paramedics responded to an incident in the area of Willingdon Avenue in Kingsway just before 1:15 p.m. Saturday. A large emergency response for medical emergency. Come on, let's find out what this was. At this time, there does not appear to be any criminality. However, emergency crews may remain on scene for the next couple of hours, he said. 8 emergency vehicles could be seen at the scene, and the area was cordoned off with police tape. Sounds suspect. I think some shit went down. They don't want us to know. Photos. Japanese festival celebrates cherry blossom season in the Nikki Center. London Drugs says stores in Western Canada closed until further notice? What the fuck? Retail and pharmacy chain London Drugs took to social media Sunday to inform shoppers that company stores across West Canada would be closed until further notice. Retail and pharmacy chain London Drugs took to social media Sunday to inform. Well, there's a story there. Come on. Someone must know the answer to this. Wow. Finally a fucking story. We have some scandal in that one, Grace. I can guarantee you. Dear Grace, British Columbia abruptly drops drug decriminalization after backlash. Premier asks government to reintroduce ban, ending Canada's first large attempt to gauge effects of decriminalization. First time in a billion years, 2 life forms have merged into one. Which 2? Algae and bacteria. All right. The secret to enhancing memory for everyone. ISRO delayed Chandra 3's launch by 4 seconds to avoid massive collision in space. Why is Mercury liquid at room temperature and other metals aren't? I guess would be gravity. Most precise measure ever brings us most precise measure ever, brings us closer to knowing the ghost particle's true mass. British Columbians rounding up local grocery stores ahead of Loblaws boycott. Still don't know what this is about. No. Have grocery prices skyrocketed? Pretty sure a pack of hot dogs is still $5. I don't think Loblaws gives a shit. Drug user advocates concerned about BC's decriminalization exemption request. Drug user advocates. I'm not sure they're advocates, but they're not advocating drugs, they're advocating freedom. Drug user advocates are raising concerns over British Columbia's request for Health Canada to give police power to step in when they see illicit drug use in public spaces, saying it may be a step backward in the fight against the deadly opioid crisis. Andrew Levins for left and Carl Ladeau for right, carrying an empty coffin during a march organized by the Vancouver Area Network of Drug Users, VANDU, to mark International Overdose Awareness Day. And they're not encouraging it, they're just trying to get it safe. It's much safer in the public. Let's read this one, Grace. And we'll just turn this into the reading in the park. Advocates for drug users are raising concerns about BC's request for Health Canada to empower police to step in when they see illicit drug use in public spaces, saying it may be a step backward in the fight against the deadly opioid crisis. Yeah, no shit. Brittany Graham, the extra director of Vancouver Area Drug User, says that they could change that name, but says she hasn't seen the specifics. The proposed change currently only seems to affect those who have no home and are living in poverty. That's correct. Yeah. I mean, if you're doing your drugs outside, you're either homeless or not allowed to do them in your home. And either of those are the situations that need to be rectified. Get rid of the homelessness and see how much the drug problem goes down. Grace. Right. If you tell me what that piece of equipment was, Grace, I'll give you $1 million once I get it. Group of daycare kids coming. I'm gonna walk away. Alright, walk and talk. Nope, can't do it, can't read it. Imagine if humans had litters. Like all those kids were just from one person at one time. Born really tiny and hibernated, incubated. You think of that, Grace? A good idea? Okay, it's hard to read. Here we go. Just like I was saying, Grace. Find some shade. Graham said the fallout from proposed changes shines a light on other issues the government should be more focused on addressing. Agreed. People can't afford housing anymore, she said. This is a housing issue, not a decriminalization issue. Agreed. The 3-year decriminalization pilot project was enacted on January 21st, 2023, exempting those who are in possession of small amounts of opioids from facing criminal charges. Remember, opioids are facing criminal charges. Exceptions apply to drugs including heroin and fentanyl, as well as cocaine, methamphetamine, and MDMA in quantities of 2.5 grams or less. The province said Friday it was working with Health Canada to urgently change the decriminalization policy to stop drug use in public. BC request comes after repeated criticism from politicians, health workers, and police about the policy, including open drug use in public spaces. So they don't want to see it, and the police don't want to actually do anything about it. Serve and protect. You know what? Here's the way to solve the fucking problem. Ask every person that you arrest or find doing drugs. Talk to them, find out why the fuck they're doing the drugs. And then see if you can develop a program. Researchers just found more than 1,000 new solar system objects hiding in plain sight. They still can't find Planet 9. Human activities have intense impact on Earth's deep subsurface fluid flow. I don't think that's true. Species living closely together in symbiosis is far older and way more common than you think. Good spot today, Grace. Physicists, but I'm still a little grumpy. Physicists overcome 2 key operating hurdles in fusion reactions. Yeah, this is still weird. Oh, cyber attack. There we go. See, finally fess up. London Drug closes stores until further notice due to cyber attack. Someone fucking got London Drugs. Holy shit. Actually, I'm surprised that more businesses aren't just annihilated. And actually, I work for London Drugs, and there's probably 10 different pieces of software on their computers that they use from all sorts of eras. And I'm sure once you got into that fucking network, it wouldn't take much. Q&A. Our fears that young people are getting hooked on prescribed opioids a moral panic? No. Like I said, ask them why they want to fucking take them. You know, why their life feels better on opioids. Simple question. History shows how to win the quantum computing race. watershed moment for Tesla as Elon Musk visits to China reaps quick reward. BC United wants criminals banned from changing names. I don't know who BC United is. Elon Musk still needs a lawyer approval to tweet about Tesla, says Supreme Court. Fuck that. Bunch of cunts. Mind-bending maths could stop quantum hackers, but few understand it. Or the British Columbia Conservation Officer service should be designated as a provincial something. Google's DeepMind creates Gecko, a rigorous new standard for testing AI image generators. Kelso award-winning artist, not very good at painting. BC Food Products called for possible listeria contamination. I don't think I eat those. Rising unemployment hits Canada international students hard. Not that I get a lot of disturbance. This phone doesn't actually work, but from hiking to bird watching to early nights, Gen Z are coming for my hobbies, and they're much better at it than I ever was. Documents reveal Ottawa's effort to get Loblaw Walmart on board with grocery code. What the fuck is this about? We need to try and do an hour straight today, Grace. Bits and pieces is not stand up. And this isn't stand up either, but let's get shit off my chest. Documents reveal Ottawa's effort to get Loblaw. Oh, yeah, what the fuck do they want? How about they just do what's good for everybody without being forced to do it? Quantum breakthrough. Researchers unlock new realms in 1D superconductivity. After 11 years living abroad, one Canadian explains why she prefers being back home. Researchers developed tiny droplets that harness laser light to detect disease. Laser excitation of the TH229 nucleus. New findings suggest classical quantum physics and nuclear physics. Colby Kush planet could be the reason for humans revolutionizing farming. Colby Kush planets could be the reason for humans revolutionizing farming. Okay. Jobs set to go extinct in Australia in 2024. Probably a lot. Metro Vancouver moves to take some heat off its Burnaby trash incinerator. It's got a little bit of a pun. That would be a lot funnier if these headlines were a lot funnier. Grace. Companies hiring for hundreds of jobs in Vancouver this April. Maybe I should go get a job. Give up on the comedy idea. Let's find me a job, Grace. Taco Fino? That sounds good. RCMP? Don't think so. Wait, competent and considerate people to join its team of 911 police dispatchers. If you have a great attitude, I do, communication skills, a few words I can't say, attention to detail, and willingness, that's all you need to jumpstart a career with the RCMP. I don't think that'd go over so well. EA Sports. That would be fun. This is for a touch. Home Depot. Canada Summer Jobs. Boston Pizza. Airbnb Detective. Ooh, that sounds like fun. I just need to go get a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, investigation and enforcement, administrative law, criminology, or a related field. You also have at least 3 years of experience conducting complex investigations. Vancouver International Airport, intact. Park Casino, and Vancouver Coastal Health. Ooh, Canadian Pacific Railway. Vancouver Aquarium, that's still open. That should have been closed a long time ago. Why the fuck did they reopen that after COVID? Just my opinion. Grace. A science teacher promised his classes in 1978 they'd all watch the eclipse together in hundreds. Researchers produced blah blah blah. If something's an atom thick and we can't see a single atom, how can we see multiple single atoms? Grace? I don't understand that. Then again, I'm not a physicist, so. Harvey Weinstein's rise and fall. Here's how disgraced Hollywood movie mogul's fortune plunged to deepest blue hole in the world discovered, with hidden caves and tunnels believed to be inside. Researchers just found more than 1,000 new solar systems. They did that one. Why do people hear their names being called in the woods? Quantum computing breakthrough could happen with just hundreds, not millions of qubits, using a new error correction system. Earth from space. Lava bleeds down iguana-infested volcano as it spits out toxic gas. What? Iguana-infested. One in 4 Americans fear losing their job this year. What's causing it? Working out in nature may prevent several terrible diseases and cut medical costs. Several terrible diseases. Five hotels in Las Vegas that are worth the price, according to travel experts. Ancient teeth reveal surprising dietary choices in early humans, like whatever they could fucking find. Some of this stuff is just so waste of bandwidth. Complete waste of bandwidth. Grace. Decoding immunity. Decoding immunity. Human Immunome Project strategic blueprint to harness AI in immunology. Decoding immunity. The Human Immune Project's strategic blueprint to harness AI in immunology. Micrometeoroid bombardment and magnetic fields, decoding the effects of interplanetary space on asteroid Ryugu. New alloy shocks scientists with its nearly impossible strength and toughness. Prostate cancer breakthrough, urine test avoids unnecessary biopsies. Peering into the heat, peering into the heart of clouds, NASA's CloudSat wraps a revolutionary journey. How cancer research is revolutionizing. Cancer research is revolutionizing Lyme disease treatment. There we go. Just as I get it, you get a plane break. A plane pause break. Grace. Three women contract HIV after vampire facial procedures at New Mexico spa. See the aftermath of punishing U.S. tornadoes. Our standards of living are slipping. Cost of living with Paul Havreview. High baby formula costs for this suburban family means other bills go unpaid. Coco and grandson proud to graduate grade 12 together in James Smith cremation. Coco, grandson proud to... I had an idea about that once, Grace. As tick season takes off in Sask, scientists monitor for new disease-carrying species. Puppy found drugged, other dogs still waiting for their forever homes. John Humane Society says. PI farmer worries stray voltage is harming his cattle. Stray voltage? How to report a minor crime on PEI without having to call police. Primary care crisis means women aren't getting timely cancer screening, says doctor. Get rid of your green waste bin and let leaves rot into the soil, says garden expert. Countries consider pact to reduce plastic production by 40% in 15 years. Water everywhere. Shropshire farmers race to salvage harvest after record rain. First trailer for live-action Lion King prequel has just dropped. forgotten Tom Hanks classic is being described as a brilliant masterpiece that will make you cry like a baby every time. McDonald's customers feel misled and gaslit after finding out how their burgers are actually made. Chilling clip shows that the aftermath shows grilling chip. Coast is clear. Yeah, I wouldn't actually want anyone to hear me. Take a short break. We'll be right back. And we're back. Chilling clip shows the aftermath of ship that capsized with over 800 people dying as a result. Experts believe they've solved the curse of King Tut's tomb amid a string of mysterious deaths. That only took a little while to figure out. How many millions did that cost? We spend more on history than we do on the present. Just saying, Grace. Boss fires 3 employees working from home after checking their call logs. Yeah. People are finding out what really happened to Tom from MySpace. These are old. Blah, 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 blah. Let's find something new. Grace, if you don't mind. Headlines around the world. Pause break. See, that train isn't as loud as the other ones. I just want to put some grease in the wheels. Alright, see what's going on around the world. 30 minutes. Spain's PM, Pedro Sanchez, to remain in office. Pedro. U.S. campus protests. Rival Gaza protest groups clash at UCLA. Oh. They'll fight on campus, but they won't sign up and go fight, actually. How many volunteers have volunteered to fight for any other country? These people just need something to do. Kenya dam collapses, dozens dead after flood. Scotland's leader resigns after conflicts over climate change. Gender identity weakened government. Scotland leader resigns after conflicts over climate change. Gender identity weakened government. That doesn't make sense. US-UK urge Hamas to accept Israeli truce proposal in war on Gaza. No shit. I still think my idea is the best. Just stop everything right now, right today. Whatever land you have, you have. Yeah. If someone doesn't agree, they think you need more land, too bad. But what they can do is they can send you money and make what land you have now better. It's not really the square footage that's the problem. It's what's on top of the land. So if everyone stopped fucking protesting, actually they can protest all they want, but it's not going to change the situation. Now, if every day 1,000 people volunteered to go over and fight, like fight on the ground. But they don't. And they won't. I mean, people don't even volunteer for their own country. They have to be conscripted. So, nobody wants to die. Simple as that. The frightening reason violent E-5 tornadoes are so rare. Tornadoes kill at least 2, including 1 child in Oklahoma. Lincoln says truce proposal received by Hamas extraordinarily generous. Middle East news. It only have to happen once, Grace. The next time one country invades another, all the big boys just wipe them out. The parliament. Do that, everyone else is going to think twice. I know they won't, but thoughts there. TikTok ban. Cybersecurity expert weighs in. Ukrainian allies have not delivered what they promised. NATO chief Stoltenberg says in someplace. This might be a very, very windy one, but it might not. My hands might be blocking the wind. We'll see. Kristi Nolan's story about killing her puppy draws criticism from both parties. Yikes. Hopefully she euthanized it, didn't just like strangle it or something. Philippine students are told to stay home as Southeast Asia copes with a sweltering heat wave. Israeli officials high threat of ICC arrest warrants over war in Gaza. World Central Kitchen to resume operations in Gaza after deadly strike on aid convoy. Roman object that baffled experts to go on show at Lincoln Museum. It's funny how nobody on Earth can figure out what that was used for. Definitively. India's spy agency reportedly linked to killing of Canadian Sikh activist. Aerial photos show wide devastation left by a deadly tornado in China's Guangzhou. Biggest takeaway in Trump's hush money trial as we head into second week. Have you seen this man? He's a big deal in Austria, and romance scammers like using his face. Romance scammer. Showing you pro-Palestine protest at White House Correspondents' Dinner. And how does anyone here believe it? Trump is annoyed by Kari Lake's frequent Mar-a-Lago jaunts. Solomon Islands pro-Beijing Prime Minister won't keep his job following elections. Israeli airstrike kills at least 25 Palestinians in Ra'if. UCSAR talks expected in Cairo. So there you go. There's Israeli airstrike. I mean, 25 Palestinians are dead. Germany launches trial of far-right coup plotters. We will fight until you return, says Keith Siegel's family. Poland would, of course, be interested in Canadian LNG. Watch call and roast Joe Biden and Trump. Call and roast. Watch Colin Jost roast Joe Biden and Trump. Today's tongue twister brought to you by 7 killed, including 2 police officers, after militants attacked checkpoints in Russia. Eric Trump remarks about Donald Trump's stamina sparks mockery. I think Trump has a weird amount of energy. Palestinians in Rafi expressed thanks to U.S. university protesters. Graham predicts Trump will get immunity for some presidential actions. Iran's death sentence for rapper sparks protests and undermines criticism of U.S. Burkina Faso bans more media over coverage of alleged massacre. We were lost. Families share struggles accessing addiction support. Protests erupt in Italy as G7 ministers meet to discuss climate crisis. 5 former officials are convicted over Greece's deadliest wildfire, but are freed after being fined. Humpback whale freed from fishing net in Trinity Bay. Whales are having some troubles. Facing hard wartime choices, Ukraine puts spotlight on men abroad who are absent from fight. FBI tells parliamentarians they were targets of Chinese hackers in 2021. FBI tells parliamentarians they were targets of Chinese hackers in 2021. I'm pretty sure if they want to, China probably fucking knows everything. Titanic artifact auction for record-breaking amount. Top U.S. and world headlines. Israel's anti-UNRWA campaign falls flat. Probably because a lot of people don't know what that is. With ATA-CMS in hand, Ukraine looks to neutralize Putin's fortress in Crimea. Canadian man bound, head partially severed in grisly Jamaican murder. It's internet here. No, you don't need the photo. Navy rescues oil tanker hit by missiles. Is it time to Is it time to rethink drinking alcohol? Work week, outlook, soggy and warm. April continues into May. One stone at CBS. Dan. Scientists raise concerns about ominous Scientists raise concerns about ominous warmth in Atlantic Ocean and how it will impact hurricane season. I think I made friends with a crow. Arizona State Senator indicted in fake election scheme is tapped for RNC position. Let's try the latest. Third day, pro-Palestine. Think of all the resources being used for that. I think if the aliens did exist, what they should do is just deactivate every nuclear weapon, deactivate every big ass bomb. Actually, yeah, EMP would do it. Just EMP them. And if they want to fight hand to hand with guns and knives and sticks and rocks, then let them. Their choice. Don't use the phones, Ontario Premier Doug tells students. God, my life would have been so much different if I had a phone like this in 1980, 70. People are coming out of the woodwork now. 2 dogs going by, train going by, lady going by. I'm gonna keep talking, I don't care. People arrested in credit card schemes. Toronto police. Toronto transit workers vote in favor of a strike mandate, union says. Snowfall warnings issued west of Calgary with the threat of snow hanging over city. International student work in Canada, 24 hours per week. Ontario to establish new regional office in Ottawa. it's noon, that's why. Everyone's taking a break from their day job to walk the dog, I'm not sure. Jeremy Skibicki trial begins with bid to toss jury. Ontario to give wildland firefighters presumptive coverage for cancers PTSD. Ontario to give wildland firefighters presumptive coverage for cancers PTSD. Got no senior dies after apparent random attack. Calgary school principal charged with possessing, accessing child pornography. Canada weather, U.S. storms bring freezing rain. BC helicopter company heading to Alberta for nighttime wildfire training. One person dead after single crash on Peggy's Cove Road. That's a tough road. Ottawa fatal crash. One killed in single vehicle crash near Greeley. Hidden camera found in Guelph home. Man arrested. Pedestrian struck by vehicle in Toronto's east end suffers critical injuries. RCMP stops a vehicle traveling at 248 kilometers a mile in a 110 kilometer zone. Last night at approximately 11:30 p.m., an officer from RCMP Halifax Regional Detachment was conducting traffic enforcement on Highway 103 with a BMW I something 248. Police charge 13 with murder and stabbing outside Halifax Mall. Police investigate overnight stabbing in Halifax. India summons diplomat over use of separatist slogans at Toronto Sikh event. Windsor police investigating crash. Invasive and toxic hammerhead worms spotted in Hamilton. Now that is fucking gross. HDSB investigating video of incident at Oakville High School. At least one person struck by train near University of Manitoba. Frightening reason violent EF5 tornadoes are so rare. Open banking could spur competition, but fintechs say Canada's moving too slowly. For me, let's see here. Kidney Sabbath. Oh, opinion. Maybe that's what I need to do, is write an opinion column. I guess that's what this is. Kibne Sabat. The harm reduction movement has lost sight of what truly matters. One simple question. That's all you have to ask people. Why? Why does it feel better with the drugs than without them? When they answer that, you have your answer. Those who prioritize safe supply and MAID over treatment and recovery have given up on improving the lives of people struggling with addiction. Earlier this year, the government delayed an extension of medical to include those suffering solely from mental illness, which could have included people with substance use disorder. At the same time, British Columbia's Provincial Officer of Health called for the province's Safe Supply program to be expanded. Both policies should be rejected outright. Recovery from addiction is real, it works, and it's the only humane policy for people with a substance use disorder. Canada has fully embraced extreme harm reduction, a primarily activist-driven approach to drug policy that aims to promote safe or regulated drug use, rather than discouraging it and encouraging people to seek treatment. The harm reduction only strategy includes policies that fully decriminalize drugs like fentanyl and meth, and provide potential deadly prescription drugs to users. As far as the drug crisis has spiraled out of control, some people want to double down on these policies, including decriminalization, expanding safe supply, and allowing MAID for drug users. Harm reduction advocates made inroads by arguing that individuals should be kept alive so that they can ultimately enter treatment and be given a second chance at life. Now the movement has been hyper-extended to a grim point where some seem to have given up on the prospect of a better tomorrow. Harm reduction is not inherently bad for those who are on the far end of the spectrum. The hard to reach, hard to engage with population can be a way to bring them into services and get them into recovery. Meeting people where they're at can be valuable to get them the help they need, but is only one of the many tools reserved for those who really need it. I saw them walking earlier from far away, but that dog looked like a cat. I was like, why is that lady walking her cat? Post haste, the missed CPP opportunity is costing Canadians thousands. Post haste, the missed CPP opportunity is costing Canadians thousands. Wildlife Film Festival in Kelowna next month. AI could enable a 4-day work week for a quarter of Canadians. So everyone gets an extra day off. Laser Excited, did that one. Trespassing. University of Toronto warns against protest encampments. Public property. Pitch. Businesses boom amid Edmonton Oilers playoff run. Really great economic boost. Emergency Preparedness Week soon begins. Cigarettes sold in Canada now look extremely different. HDSB staffer under investigation after the mysterious dark energy that permeates the mysterious dark energy that permeates the universe is slowly eroding. So how nice, how convenient. We haven't even found it, now it's eroding. Fucking bullshit. Fire that destroyed abandoned mobile home deemed suspicious. Majority of aspiring homeowners awaiting rate cuts. Construction is now allowed to begin on new Tesla dealership in Kelowna. Man took blind date on all expenses paid trip to Tokyo. Here's what happened. Yeah, I can do better than that. Albert Brooks is everywhere. Mother and daughter, 640K richer after selling $64 million winning lottery ticket. Lithium 10%. The evolution and impact of the Whitewater Gallery in North Bay. What we know about cyber attack on London drugs. Alright, 12 minutes ago. Shit. News as it's happening. You know, let's actually publish it. There we go. With the health system. Yeah, that would shut them down. And then they can send a list of what everyone's popping, whatever pills they're popping. As long as it comes from the doctor, you're not an addict. Billy Billy is coming to Vancouver on her knee, hit me hard, soft tour. Small Cookies Week begins today at Tim Hortons. Fuck the Oilers, Canuck fans taunt. Edmonton after playoff win. shit. Went way over, Grace. Lucky you. Oh, wait, is that 5464? Talk to you tomorrow, Grace.